for closed session.
All of the months on it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Comments?
Comments?
Cards? No.
Right. This calendar. We'll send it out.
Looks like we're live. Okay, we'll call this meeting to order. Our president is out sick today, so I will be muddling through, so be patient with me. We have Mr. Barrios present, Mrs. Dew, Ms. Edmiston, and myself. And Mr. Garcia is absent. We do not have community comments for closed session, so at this time I'll entertain a motion to move to closed session. So moved.
Second?
Barrios? Aye. Dew?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. We are adjourned to closed session.
Thank you. Heather, these red folders are ready. Okay.
Okay, in closed session, the Board of Education took action on, pay as a compromise and settlement, the sum of $40,000 in disability rights, legal center per due process settlement agreement for student, with student ID number 61863206480, case number 202-201-0560. The motion was made by Clerk Penny Edmiston, second by Jose Barrios, and the vote was 4-0 in favor of approval. So,
Thank you. We have present today, we have Mr. Barrios.
Aye.
We have Mrs. Dew,
Aye.
Ms. Edmiston,
Yes, I'm here.
and we have Caleb Castaneda present. Absent, we have our president, Mr. Garcia. So at this time, can we stand and say the pledge? And Mr. Barrios, would you like to lead us?
Okay. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that need to be made? Do we have-
We didn't talk about it.
Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Mrs. Dew?
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye. The measure passes. Okay, so we have some recognition. We have our Children Deserve Success Awards from San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools.
All right.
Good evening, board, president, board members, executive cabinet, and of course, our superintendents, Mr. Moman and Dr. Williams. Just today, real quick, I want to recognize a few individuals who are recognized by San Bernardino County Office of Student Service, or students, San Bernardino County Superintendent's Office of San Bernardino. For these individuals who've gone above and beyond for support of attendance and foster youth programs in our district. The first person I'd like to bring up is Mr. Rafael Navarro. Our next individual is Dr. Eugene Atunye. From the Student Services Department, Miss Diana Chaparro. And then lastly, from our Student Services Department, Miss LaTanya Myers. And board, just so you know, these individuals are being recognized because they've gone above and beyond with attendance programs, home visits, student voice at their schools to help support attendance and foster youth. And so again, just if you give them a big round of applause for their recognition, I'd appreciate that. And then would you like them to come on up to shake hands? All right, come on up, everybody.
Thank you. Hey, guy. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Hey, man. Good job, buddy. Good job. Good
Good
job.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams?
very welcome.
Dr. Williams?
Dr. Williams? Dr. Williams?
Dr. Williams?
Oh, Chris is not here.
Well, does Jackie have any in her cart?
does she have any?
She usually
details
does.
on-
I think we have some, don't leave yet.
Hold
I think we have.
Can I get our winners to come back up here real quick? I believe the board would like to also give you one of our coins from Dr. Williams.
That's what I wanted to ask, because I only have 3.
Come on.
Come back up.
Board, would you like a picture as well?
Yeah, if we can get someone to take it.
Yeah,
Come on.
we'll go ahead and get a picture
Navarro,
too.
Come on.
So you guys go back up there and then put your coin and we'll get a
Come on
photo.
up. Chris isn't here.
You got
Good.
the
Oh, okay, go on over there. Two.
Okay, Heather's gonna take
Three. 4.
I guess.
Okay.
You guys gonna kind of spread out, let the board kind of.
I know, that's what
See, I could be tall from this man.
You stand on something like that? All right, guys. 1, 2, 3. All right. Beautiful.
Okay. And you know, I say we have the best faculty and staff in this district. So thank all of you for all you do. I know we recognize many of you, but all of you are given 100%. And so we thank you for all you do. But Ms. Edmiston has a very special recognition that she would like to give at this time.
Dr. Williams, could you please join me?
Oh, there you go. Ooh, that looks pretty, whatever it is.
On behalf of the board, I hope all of you will help me recognize Dr. Williams for his 10 years of service to our district and countless other years of service to community members and other parts of education. He's worked diligently within our district to help our students, our staff, our community, and our families. And this plaque says, the Board of Trustees of the Victor Valley Union High School District acknowledges Dr. Ron Williams for 10 years of dedicated service. Your leadership and vision have impacted the lives of so many. Presented the second day of June 2022.
We got it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Dr. Williams, thank you so much for
It's
all
my
of your
pleasure.
service.
You
All of
picture with
We
the
have
board?
all benefited from your leadership.
Thank you.
And can we give Dr. Williams a challenge coin as well?
Yes.
Here's one.
He has one.
Hey, that one's for you from the board.
Okay, thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
You will be sorely missed.
Yes.
Is this your last meeting?
No, I'll be here.
I'll be here next.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for those of you who were able to attend our celebration for Dr. Williams earlier today. Stephanie, I saw you there. Thank you. Thank you for all of you who came. I appreciate that.
Fireworks. Starting early.
Who's graduating?
Yeah. We're all a little jumpy.
Remember, we do have security out
Oh.
there. We do have security
that's a
out
good
there,
point.
but it's a firework.
Okay.
Pretty awesome.
So our presentation, we do have one presentation. We have a campus security plan for 2022 and 23.
Good evening, school board, co-superintendents, Dr. Williams and Mr. Moman, and executive cabinet. My name is Michael Williford. I'm the Director of Student Services. I just want to give you a brief overview of our changes for campus security for the 2022-23 school year. Some historical background on how our security program has been ran. Prior to the 2022-23 school year, our campus security was housed under the Human Resources Division. During that time, all trainings, resources, and systems were addressed through Human Resources. Human Resources made sure they addressed changes to job descriptions, AB 1626 and 390, to support training, and worked with vendors to ensure that campus security had the tools needed to support all sites. At the end of the 21-22 school year, campus security was switched from Human Resources Department to Student Services. Some of the transition steps that took place was, first we met with our site. We had site meetings with all campus security and went over needs, wants, and wishes for the next school year for 22-23. We had a meeting with our CSCA president to talk about trainings and uniforms and equipment. We met with Human Resources to talk about job descriptions, their prior trainings they've offered, our campus security and hiring processes. And lastly, of course, we met with other districts to review their systems for campus security and trainings and supports they had. The two districts that we worked with were Colton Joint Unified and Chaffee Joint High School District. Some of the feedback we received from our campus security were the following. The needs that we were looking for was more training on the laws, procedures, and best practices. Also, too, a sub pool, so all of our sites actually have entire campus security staffs available, all matters of the day. Equipment, uniforms. Currently, our uniform allowance is $450. The boot allowance is $150. There's a question brought up about tactical vests. Again, those are questions that were brought up. I want to make sure that everyone's aware of them. And again, also extra support from our SROs. Some of the wishes that were brought forth from campus security was agility training not during the summer, monthly meetings with updates, new hire trainings, campus supervisors not having to open doors and restrooms at the high schools, and campus security having extra staff at the middle school level. Some of our next steps that we put into place for this next school year have been establishing training workshops for August 1st through 3rd, a similar workshop that was given last year in 21-22, with our 3 days for campus assistants and security to make sure we meet our AB 1626-390 trainings, as well as 2 days for campus security who already have the AB 1626 training, but again, some more practices they could use to help support the school sites. Also, we're working on currently developing a campus security handbook, establishing agility testing, hopefully in October, creating shadow program for new hires. This program we designed for hires during the school year, working with HR in a sub-pool and trainings, work with new vendors on equipment needs, and monthly meetings with campus security. Some of the things we're working on the summer training outline for those trainings this summer are, one is the role and responsibilities of our school security officer, laws and liabilities, security awareness and education environments, mediation and conflict resolution, which will include verbal judo, disasters and emergencies, dynamics of school behaviors, especially for our students who are in special ed, and of course, then a follow-up examination to make sure that they've learned everything they need to learn for that school year. So those follow-up plans again for our 2022-23 school year are that 3-day training, the campus security handbook, revisit current vendors on equipment, review dates for agility training, and then reviewing our processes and forms for use of force and pepper spray. That concludes our presentation on our upcoming workshops, trainings, and systems for our 2022-23 campus security. I am available if you have any questions. Thank you.
One, the training, will that be just part of the PD day, so they'll be paid at the regular rate?
That is correct. So what we're going to be doing is for our campus security, their start day is actually on August 1st. And so that'll be part of their first 3 days when they come back. And then for campus assistants, I worked with the executive cabinet on it that we're going to do a par for them because they don't start till August 4th. So we're going to pay them their rate as well those first 3 days to make sure they're trained officially as well.
So they'll all be trained the same training, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's good.
So I have a question about, in terms of, so this is great for someone who's working here right now or who gets hired over the summer, but what about, you might have openings at the beginning of the year. Someone gets hired, September 15th. Are they going to get these trainings or are they just sort of?
That's the plan. I need to work, of course, more with that, of course, with Mr. Moman, executive cabinet on those dates, what that would look like, because it's a required 3-day, 24-hour training. We just need to kind of look at where that would fall into the window, because if it's prior to October, we could do it over that October break to make sure they get those 3-day training. And if it's after that, we'd have to kind of figure out what that looks like, because one of the biggest struggles we have is we don't want to pull security off-site because they're needed at the site level. We don't want them off-site for 3 days, but we also do know, too, they need these trainings to make sure they're efficient and working well for our students. So. But yes, to answer your question in a short, Mr. Castaneda, there will be plans to put those things in place during the school year.
I appreciate this. I know that we need a plan for our security guards, but when I read this on the agenda, campus security plan, I think my heart was still breaking and still is from what happened in Texas. And I was hoping, the way I read it, is that we would have a plan to help with our students and their safety. And so I know that before COVID, we had Alice training, and you and I spoke about that recently at a graduation. And I would like to emphasize that in addition to needing our security force to be well-trained and prepared, I would like to advocate that we have all of our best minds this summer meet together so that we're ready for something changes in our district, something that our students practice, the least of which is our students practice. But I can highly encourage that Alice training or similar training. I know that you were so gracious, Dr. Williams, to let us use Cobalt It was right before the pandemic, and invite even neighboring districts to participate. But that's foremost in my mind right now.
And just to judge up on that, actually, I did meet today with the sheriff's department, and we're actually putting some of those things in place that you're requesting regarding a training for at-risk for active shooter drills and other things like that, potentially maybe using Victor Valley High School for that. So we are working on some of those components. So once I have that all ironed out, of course, with human resources and executive cabinet, we'll bring you that presentation as well.
Could we possibly get an update each month, even though it may not be complete, but just what the progress is towards that?
So in fact, our security company, Blue Knight, are all certified to provide the ALICE training, and they have offered to provide that training to the district if desired. That's one option. The other option is to go directly through ALICE training and have people come in and provide the training like we did with CTA and at the old Cobalt. So there are plenty of options. We'll talk about it as an executive cabinet.
So my recent question was, could we get a monthly update of what's being implemented for our student safety?
Yeah, I can definitely bring that and make that in one of our board meeting notes on Friday notes for you all, and make that just kind of a standing item so you know what's happening on that. Will that work for everybody?
That would definitely
Okay.
work, because that's every other week.
Yep.
So I appreciate that.
No problem.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, so we have our public comments. Dr. Williams, can you read the?
Sure. If you wish to address the board on any topic, including any item on the agenda, please submit your comments to the board president by completing a request to address the board card prior to the meeting and submitting it to the assistant to the superintendent. The president will recognize those who desire to speak either during the public comment section of the agenda or before the public agenda items. Each speaker should move quickly to the microphone and announce your name before beginning your presentation. Meetings are taped for later transcription. Each speaker is allocated a maximum of 3 minutes. The president may choose to limit each topic to 10, no more than 20 minutes. If substantial numbers of people wish to address the board on one topic, testimony should be brief and to the point. Speakers should not repeat testimony already presented. Board actions may not legally be taken on any item not specifically listed on the agenda. The board may ask that such item be placed on the next agenda for consideration. Testimony is not protected from damage claim for slander. Public charges or allegations may result in legal actions being brought by those individuals. The board values constructive community comments and suggestions. It welcomes your participation in the democratic process.
Okay, thank you. First up, we have Stephanie Olguin.
Good evening, board. My name is Stephanie Olguin, and I'm a current employee for the district. I'm here tonight to speak about the intentional disruption of our nursing staff. Our staff works meticulously to build rapport with our students and parents, especially those with intricate medical needs. Why are we going to allow a shuffling of LVNs when they have established relationships and know the medical needs of our site students? Also, is the nurse going to attend any of our IEPs? Everyone that I've scheduled this year has been turned down and excuses herself from the meeting at my site. I'm just curious who's going to be representing those students on their IEP. One last item of interest, I've looked up many school districts to see where the district nurse is directed by, and they all fall under student services. That's LAUSD, Menlo School District, and Poway, just to name a couple. I don't understand how our risk management and health is under business services when a lot of other districts have it other ways. We're here for the students. And by placing these very important sections under business, we're not providing the best services possible. Item 9.15, why are we hiring an outside agency to do a healthier building master plan pilot program? To identify, mitigate, and prevent program for what? It's not specified in there. Isn't that a position of our director of risk management? When you look up the site for what 9.15 does, they do unique needs of individual hospital facilities. We're a school district. What hospital facilities group are we providing to our staff and students? I don't understand why we need to fund an outside company to pilot a program for our district. Item 9.24. Blue Knight is having their hours increased from 12 hours per day, Monday through Friday from the last contract, to 15.5 hours per day, Monday through Friday. With the change of hours for our school sites, our campus security will be at our sites until 5:30 some places. They're changing Blue Knight to 4 p.m. Why would we have an outside agency come in hours before our campus security gets off work to work at some sites? The district is approving an additional $12,516 a month increase for an outside agency that will essentially be doing the same job as our classified employees. How is this justifiable? It's going to be a total of $1.5 million over a 3-year period for 2 Blue Knight staff and 2 vehicles for the same services. As classified staff, we have expressed this concern to you on February 28th, and it was considered and taken off the table regarding increasing the hours, and now it's being proposed as a renewal of contract. But clearly, you're increasing the hours and increasing the contract terms to 3 years and ignoring the staff concerns. Lastly, on the classified personnel services report, you're providing the county with the termination of Mr. Dickinson effective June 2nd. But your board action was to terminate this back in February. Why has it taken so long? Thank you.
Yeah, I just have one question, okay? We were talking about 9.25, right?
9.24.
No, before the Blue Knight, when we were talking about the nursing services.
9.15?
1.5? Okay, I had some questions about that. Anyway, that's good.
Okay.
On-site LLC.
Yeah. So I'll ask the question when we get to it.
Okay. So next up will be Mike Mayo. He has a.
Hello, my name is Mike Mayo. I'll be speaking much more briefly today. We have Anita Tucker here tonight, so she'll be doing most of the talking for VVTA. There are some issues that I think that we do need to bring up. Let's start with this. And I know that in some ways we have some people at the district office who are trying to bring an end to this contract. We would like to actually have a nice successor contract. At first, I want to say thank you to all the people who are now retiring. You did an awful lot of work, and now it's time for you to try to relax. I'm almost there. I only have about 21 more years. All right. Anyway, so on February 3rd, Dr. Rubalcaba said we look forward to getting it done before the end of the year, and we agree. We looked forward to getting the contract done by the end of the year. On February 28th, Dr. Hawkins mentioned the second interim would be coming out next, and he would be presenting that information. And then in that same meeting, February 28th, we can wrap up both contracts for Dr. Rubalcaba, and that would have been nice. Absolutely. March 17th, COLA, this is Dr. Hawkins. COLA is predicted to at 5.07, but it's really 6.56%. So that means that we had an increased COLA. And we have, but he also mentioned we have to deal with our deficit spending. I'm telling you, we're not deficit spending. That is where we absolutely disagree. That is not the case. And then Dr. Rubalcaba said bargaining was actually pleasant. And in fact, that was after Jared Nichols, our lead negotiator, had said the same thing. And that is true. We did have some really pleasant negotiations. It was nice. And then we started getting to the numbers. Anita Tucker, she on April 21st brought up equity, parity, good faith negotiations. And I think it's when we start to get to the numbers, when we start to question whether or not we can actually have good faith negotiations. And I do not place all the blame on the district negotiation team. I believe some of that blame is going to have to fall somewhere else. But not that it's only in one spot. It's more than one. All right. Then on May 5th, that's when I spoke to the board. I don't know if you remember I was here. I'm just kidding. All right. I want you to please remember some things. Oh, and first, I want to also congratulate HUSD and HTA, so Hesperia Teachers Association and Hesperia Unified School District. They came up with a great deal. Really well done. They had, and this is what's interesting. I also sent this as an email to you. I believe it was yesterday. They have an ending fund balance that was at 16.01% last year, which is much higher than the 3% that's required by law. Now, that's pretty high, but compare that to ours. We had 28.91%, and they received a 6%, 7%, and contingency language for possibly more. And they could afford that. We have an ending fund balance that is nearly 2 times that on their reserve percentage. That's crazy. And I'm sorry, I'm going a little bit over, but we have only been offered a 3%. And I think you saw that in the email that I prepared for you. And it's just simple facts. And so my prediction, you're going to end up with a lot more money in the ending fund balance. And Dr. Hawkins himself has said that he is putting his trust behind those numbers. And look specifically at supplies, because when I come back to you, when we're here in August, I guarantee you those numbers are going to be so far off. I am so certain of that. The supplies won't be anywhere near $40 million. Thank you.
Okay. We have our VVTA report, so we'll welcome Anita Tucker, who is
Almost done.
Almost done. Good evening, board members, Dr. Williams, Mr. Momin, executive cabinet, students, educators, community members. My name is Anita Tucker, VVTA president, and I represent 474 members. And if you ever wonder why I always say this, it's because it's not just Anita Tucker speaking. I'm speaking for all of those 474 members. Last month, we did not have a second board meeting, so I did not get the opportunity to recognize Classified Employees Week and the School Nurses Week. We honor and respect the hard work that our classified brothers and sisters do together with us to serve our students. Additionally, May was Asian American and Pacific Islander Month, which our teachers celebrated with our students to honor and support them. June is Pride Month. Ending the school year in June allows us to have the opportunity to celebrate Pride and to allow our students the opportunity to celebrate the freedom to be themselves. I am proud of the hard work that our educators have done to try to bring focus and understanding of the heritage and diversity and cultures we have in our schools. I hope that we will continue to embrace and celebrate our differences and respect the beauty that each group brings to our schools. May was a month of graduations. We congratulate all of our students for their hard work this year. We wish our students the very best as they go off to college, the military, and the workforce. We are not a business, but our business is ensuring that our students have what they need to be successful. Preparing our students to graduate and be ready for their future is what we must do. Thank you to all who helped our graduates achieve this. I'd like to express some deep concerns I have. As you know, every board meeting, I've brought up concerns for our students and staff. In order to have the very best for our students, we need to provide them with the very best educators, have sufficient staffing to ensure that the schools are clean and secure. We had 30 amazing teachers retire yesterday. Thank you all for your years of service and dedication to the students of the Victor Valley. We honor you. However, we have only hired 11. 5 more are resigning on the certificated personnel report today, plus there have been others. This is June. School starts in the beginning of August. That's just over 1 month to hire sufficient teachers for our students. And let me also throw this at you. We are not in declining enrollment. We have a projected enrollment for next year of 11,800 students. which is quite a bit more than this year. And I have not even mentioned the increase of classified staff that will be needed to replace the over 40 classified retirees, as well as the need for increased numbers to keep up with enrollment. Having an adequate number of educators on campus makes things safer. Last week was incredibly sad. Hearing about the horrific shooting in Texas was heartbreaking. Our schools need to be safe. Having sufficient staff at the sites is needed. Our district has an obscenely large reserve, well over 40 million. There is no excuse not to adequately provide our students with teachers and staff so that on day one, we are ready for them. They say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. This is what we continually do. Come August and September, the sites will need more teachers, and we will hear, can you just take a few more kids? Can you teach on your prep? We really need you to do this. Yes, we are going to put some kids in your class, don't really want it, but we have to find somewhere to put them. And who will be suffering? Kids, teachers, new teachers, classified staff, but not the district. What good is all the money sitting in a bank account going to do for a new 7th grader who is on her 4th or 5th schedule change? Or a student who struggles with math, who is moved and frustrated and gives up in the first few weeks of school? You've lost those kids. You only have one chance to do the first day of school right. And we never do the first day, week, month right. And yet we continue to not adequately hire. I have asked every month about hiring teachers. We have 11. Hook is currently scheduled to have about 10 to 12 teachers teaching on their prep this upcoming year. Hook has 42 teachers. That's almost a fourth of the teachers teaching on their prep. How can Hook implement its PLC and programs with fidelity if they have tired teachers teaching on their prep? This also means that when the office must period subclasses, that pool of teachers available is reduced. So we will have more teachers period subbing every day. This will burn out teachers. This will not help students. My executive team reached out to the teachers at Hook, and the majority of them said, we will not teach on our prep. How can Hook? No. They should not have to do this. Please take care of our students at Hook. Let's talk contract. Wait, we still don't have one. Remember, last year when I said we need to work to settle our contract on time, remember every board meeting I ask about bargaining our contract? Do we have one? No. VVTA has been very transparent with what we are asking for, and VVTA had our information in on time. We have worked very hard to resolve some of the articles, and I appreciate the efforts that Victor Valley Union High School District bargaining team has made towards trying to resolve our contract. However, it has fallen short. Even yesterday, I contacted the Victor Valley Union High School District negotiating team to see if we could work to come through with a come from behind win on the very last day of school, and they could not come through. What's the issue? Salary. VVTA is asking for a 7% raise, and we had contingency language to provide raises for the next 2 years if money was available. If the district did not have money, VVTA would not get a raise. The district said that if they even gave Victor Valley or VVTA a 7% raise just this year, that in 3 years the district would have a negative reserve. Now, I'm not a math teacher. However, I do know budgets. Mr. Moman and I were amazing with Victor Valley High School's budget. We maxed it out and we got a lot of things for our teachers and students back in the day. So looking at the district's numbers, it shows this year the district has $40 million in books and supplies. The very most, if you look back in history, the very most that the district has ever spent on books and supplies has been $14 million during COVID. Not even close to $40 million. So the 7% raise would not make the district go into a negative reserve, but putting $40 million and subtracting it from the budget will. Let's put this in perspective. If every single teacher for this year was able to spend $40,000 before June 30th, and keep in mind the purchase order deadline was in April, the district would still have $20 million in their account. Let me throw something else at you. Our neighboring district, Hesperia Unified School District, just signed a tentative agreement with Hesperia Teachers Association. Hesperia Unified School District ending balance for 2020-2021 was $16.1 million. Victor Valley Union High School's ending fund balance for 2020-2021 was $28.9 million. Hesperia Unified School District offered their employees a 6% raise this year, a 7% raise next year, and a 10% off-schedule raise to be paid out throughout the year. Additionally, there is contingency language so that if COLA goes up, Hesperia Teachers Association can bargain to receive more. If you're adding that up, that's 23%, 10 of which is off schedule. Victor Valley Union High School District offered their employees 3%. Victor Valley Union High School District has $12.8 million more in reserve, and they have less staff than Hesperia Unified School District. Why haven't we been able to settle? The May revise shows even a more attractive outlook for Victor Valley Union High School District and for education. And where are we putting our money? I noticed that we have a purchase order for $100,000 for a law firm. $34,000 is being spent for lawyers. We're making lawyers rich. What about our kids? Finding qualified teachers and staff is not easy. Competition from other districts and employers make it hard to sign employees. We are already trying to play catch up to make our schools safe. We have employees who do not feel safe on campus during the day. There's not enough staff to properly supervise students. And let that sink in. There is not enough staff to take care of our students now. What's it going to be in August? Other districts are stepping up to ensure they have adequate staff by making wages competitive to attract and retain teachers. We are losing many because the cost of living and gas make it more attractive to find work closer to their families in Los Angeles or Orange County. I ask the district again. I ask the board again. Please make sure our students have enough teachers and staff on August 8th. Please do not have multiple schedule changes. It hurts kids. Please stop delaying the contract in the year it should be settled in. We are starting next year with no contract yet again. Insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. One other thing I'm going to mention, item 9.5 bell schedules. We would ask that you consider holding on voting for that because there's some inequities and discrepancies with the times. I have been working with Dr. Yee, but we feel that that needs to be resolved so that there is equity and parity among the school sites with that. Finally, this is my last board meeting as the president of VVTA. I leave you in excellent hands with Mike Mayo. He will do a phenomenal job. I have been honored to serve my fellow educators and advocate for them and for our students. I have had the pleasure of working with the most experienced and cohesive executive board and leadership team. They make it look easy, but they are the hardest working individuals who not only fight for their members, but are all outstanding teachers. Their dedication and sacrifice humble me. Thank you to my vice presidents, Jennifer Lovelace and Jennifer Longuera. Thank you to my secretary, Jeff Voigt. Special thanks and best wishes to the amazing Otilia Vargas Corona, treasurer extraordinaire, who is retiring. Thank you to Ms. Brenda Collins, our phenomenal grievance chair. And thank you to Jared Nichols, who brings it every day as our chief negotiator and his team. To my leadership team, thank you for being strong and always putting kids first. It has been a pleasure working with our superintendents and assistant superintendents and administrators. It has also been amazing working with Ms. Tanya Martin to advocate for all of us. Hashtag stronger together. Please consider what I have to say today. You can make this happen. This benefits our students. We can truly make changes that make a difference. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And now we have Tanya Martin for CSEA.
Hello, board. This is a hard meeting. We're losing a lot of great people today. We have some leaders that are leaving. I was an honor to attend Dr. Williams leaving, although he'll still be with her here with us a few more days. But I'm working alongside some great leaders. This year, we were able to team up and do some amazing things together. And I'm so glad that we took the opportunities when we were so far apart to come together, because I think we've been able to make some changes and some differences as we work together and navigate through these hard times. We made it through Classified Employee Week. We were able to touch at least 480 classified employees. We visit 5 sites. We were able to visit with some administrators and have lunch with some of our administrators. Some of our superintendents also came out and visit us, and we just thank you guys for always supporting classified services. They are always phenomenal and help us navigate through these tough times. As some people spoke about Texas last week, my people are usually the people on the front line that walk in the door. I just would like the board to consider, again, making security one classification. We have our middle schools that have nothing. They have nothing to protect them. They have no handcuffs. They have no pepper spray. And our high schools at least have something. Is it everything they need? Have they been trained? No, but they need it. We see it more than ever. Having them split into 2 different categories and the times that we are in now is very dangerous. So it was pulled off the negotiations table at our two negotiations meetings ago. So I would appreciate if you guys go back and look at that again. Times are getting rough. So we need to make sure that my people have what they need if they're in tough times. My leaders are getting stronger, so I don't want to beat a dead horse. You heard some of the concerns that are happening in the district. As a leader, even in some of the areas, nursing that I'm dealing with, I echo the sentiments that you're hearing. There are some serious concerns that are happening. And I met with the superintendent, so they're aware, and I'm confident that we will get some kind of answers and some resolutions. They were open to listening to some of the concerns that we have. So I appreciate the open door policies that they have, and they give us the opportunity to speak. And I want to give them the opportunity to look into our concerns. And I appreciate you guys always having an open door, but they did have an open door and were willing to listen to us. What else did I want to say? I got a blank. I think that's it for tonight. Have a good evening. Everybody have a safe summer.
Okay, thank you. We have our consent items. So do I have a motion that we approve the consent item?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Barry, oh,
I have
discussion.
Discussion.
I have discussion.
Okay, one thing, and I bring this up every time we're gonna have obsolete equipment. All right, saw a lot of Chromebooks on the obsolete list. Now, the obvious question is gonna be, are any of those worthwhile to maybe pass on to some of our students? They can't all be bad.
So good evening. So these are actually Chromebooks that actually have been obsoleted and torn apart because we need the screens to fix the ones in the classrooms have been broken. And so these are actually just pieces of Chromebooks.
Oh, okay.
So
well,
yeah, we
that
use
would be
them.
good to
Believe me, we use
specify
the pieces to fix other Chromebooks. So these aren't ones we can still use for take home or be utilized in any way. They're
Just
just
like parts cars, right?
they're parts. They're parts cars now. Yes.
Okay, well, that was so much for that idea.
Okay.
That would be a good deal if we had that many. Heck, some students don't have anything. They may have the hotspot we gave them, but they don't have a Chromebook once they're gone.
Have a take home Chromebook. They all have them to check
Well, I'm talking, some of them graduate, maybe if they go to higher education, maybe they could use it there. Instead of giving it to somebody for pennies on the dollar. That's all.
I'd like us to consider if there's a CTE class that could use them as part of their training.
They do. So after we obsolete them, they're welcome to take and use them for repair classes.
Do we have a CTE class specifically with technology where
Yes.
students could benefit from learning how to take apart, put together?
Right, and we always let them take, if they want to take any of the equipment. They
Do-
have pieces already.
Do we have a CTE class
Yes,
that
we
deals
have it
with
at Silverado.
technology
It does
Yes.
at Silverado?
Yes.
Okay, and so they can,
Yeah, we still have to obsolete them first and then they're welcome to take. some.
how would they know if, because they get shipped?
I sent the teacher a list.
Okay.
So would they have time before they get shipped out of our district? Now that it's
This
summertime?
isn't parts that they would want. They already have other equipment. This is broken devices. And, they have a lot of that equipment already. Hook has some of this equipment also. UP has some of the equipment. They have plenty of these broken machines already.
Okay. Thank you.
Pick of the litter, so to speak.
Any more discussion?
Nope.
Okay,
Not for
Mr.
me.
Barrios.
Aye.
Ms. Duke? Ms. Edmiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye. Item 9.1, certificated personnel report. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion.
The only question I had was already answered in public comments, so I'm good.
I'm concerned that we're so far behind on the hiring. With knowing that we knew that most of these retirees were retiring a year and a half ago. In December of the year before. So I know, I'm not trying to be negative, but we've known this and it's been expressed from that side of the table, this side of the table, and we should have more than 11.
Yeah, so I'm confident that we have a plan that will get the job done. Our principals are committed, our human resources team, although we are very understaffed because we have vacancies and absences and transitioning, handling both classified and certificated personnel at the same time. We have a very hardworking team that will get the job done. And I'm super confident that we're going to take care of it. In addition, a recent MOU that has been signed with VVTA on the certificated side is going to help us to attract and recruit, some of the best. So we'll get it done.
Do we have any plans for another job fair?
No, at this point, now that we have, very, okay,
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I'm sorry, that's distracting.
Yeah, so.
And I want to keep a tenor of professionalism, please.
Yeah, so we had a very successful job fair that required a lot of people doing amazing things. And at that job fair, we hired 40 people in one day. We have a plan where principals are coming in, giving up of their time to make sure that the hiring is taking place. Also keep in mind that there are timelines contractually that have to be met, transfer opportunities to be fulfilled, and that creates a ripple effect. It also doesn't help when people do not notify us that they are resigning from a position to move out of state or the such until June 30th. So the short answer is We're not as behind as you think because we have a very successful plan in place to get the job done.
So my question was, is there going to be another job fair? I'm going to take that was a
No, that is a
Do we know
no.
Of anything going on through the county that
We-
we can participate
We
with?
already did. We attended through the county. We had a few leads. Our fair was very successful.
I appreciate that,
Mhm.
but knowing that we have this big gap, I'm concerned. And I'm concerned that teachers then will take one for the team and continue to teach on their prep time when perhaps they need that time to service their students. So I know you'll be working very hard this summer,
We
and I
will.
appreciate that. Can we get updates along the way in board notes as well, just to see how far we are for
Yeah,
filling those
I'd be
vacancies?
happy to share some data. We have targets on both sides, and we can provide through the superintendent updates to the board. Not a problem.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Can I have a
One
question
question. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You're first.
about the period setting? Because if that becomes necessary, are first and second year teachers asked to period set? Because it seems like, you're trying to get tenure, and then if you're forced to work through your prep period, you're basically losing out on your sort of. So it'd be good if we just had like a policy that said, you know what, first and second year teachers, if you don't have tenure, you're not.
Well, so as a part of our plan, we're hiring substitutes at a very high rate. We're asking the board to keep the same rate throughout the pandemic for that to continue. We've also, through executive cabinet, the superintendents, we have authorized that the same number of rovers be kept at each site. That has been very, very helpful in reducing or minimizing the impact of high absenteeism. On top of that, on the classified side, we flew positions specifically for subs for the very high need areas like bus drivers, campus security, nutrition services, custodians, and the such, in order to reduce some of the gaps on that side as well. So the short answer is we've put some measures in place to minimize the period subbing. Yes.
Okay, but I guess my question is, would you specifically, probably I should direct it to Mr. Millman, would you be willing to consider a plan that first and second year teachers who are still trying to learn their craft, they're trying to keep their head above water, that they would not be asked to period sub, that it would only be.
Ms. Castaneda, I really can't give you a definite answer when it comes to period subbing, particularly when it comes to first and second year teachers. If we can, we'll try to keep them from period subbing as much as possible. But as a teacher trying to gain tenure, they may have to period sub here or there. Hopefully we can keep our teachers healthy. And Jose, I see you raising your hand.
And in answer to your question, period subbing is bad enough. But what will occur is that first or second year teacher you're talking about will probably be assigned an extra period. It won't be I got this and that, I can't period sub. It will be, that's part of your job. So you may have 6 straight hours with no break whatsoever. And it sounds good, the money's great, but I'm telling you, I've done it before and it kicks your butt. All right. So that's what these guys are trying to avoid. And I'm positive that we can get the people hired, but I'm also positive, being here for 3 decades, almost 4, well, 4 now, that we always end up hiring people in September. And not because we lost them, it's because we caught the train late. And we got to get going. Now we have another thing where we can hire people with 20, 30 years experience. That's great. But some of them, they may just be passing through also. Just like one of our principals one year told me when he left this district, he said he left because he was hiring the same positions over and over again. So if we can get these youngins, a lot of us stay here and settled here. I mean, the whole life, never worked anywhere else. But other people, the veterans, if they move once, they're willing to move again if the money's right, like a gunslinger. So I hope we can get them hired, but I'm really, really scared that we're going to end up short people, classified and certificated. Because we just can't, it's hard enough to find a teacher. You try finding a bus driver when things are tight. They don't just grow on trees. You know that. I know that. They're hard to find. because they got to be certified by everybody, not just the state or a college. So anyway, that's my soapbox. I've been on all day long, so.
Piggybacking off of your question, in addition to Probe 1 and 2 teachers possibly being asked to teach on their prep time, that puts them in a very difficult position because, of course, they want to earn tenure or permanent status. They're not getting the time to collaborate with their peers. Are we also, this past year, have we asked the PIPs and the STIPs to teach on their prep time as well?
Yes, so we ask all teachers. It's typically, our administrative assistants do a really fine job of, checking who's absent, reaching out to those who are available on their prep. They try to do it on a rotational basis as much as possible so they're not asking the same people over and over. But we can't ignore the fact that we have a very high absenteeism rate, and understandably so. We've all gone through tough times. The pandemic has hit us all in different ways. But we are going to take into account what everyone is sharing. I feel very confident in our HR team. Like never before, I've never been more proud of an HR team. I think a lot of people don't fully understand what HR does. We do a lot more than just recruitment, negotiations. We plan celebrations. We help people through tough times. HR does so much, and I'm super proud of our team. I have full confidence in them. We will get the job done.
It's just such a rigorous task to make sure we're fully staffed, to make sure that our students are going to be able to be experiencing the curriculum with the best possible teacher that they can have, that the teachers have the support that they need to collaborate with their colleagues, which they can't do if they're teaching on their prep time. So I think you're hearing that this is a high priority.
It is.
Thank you.
And understood, we want to be fully staffed for day one. Day one is equal as important as day 180. And then we also hear that we want to minimize the number of people on their prep. We got it.
As far as when it comes to substitute teachers, I think the teachers who are retiring and they were able to get the retirement settlement, they have to wait 180 days. Is that correct?
Correct.
I don't
There's
recall
no
if it's
waiver.
180 or if it's 90. I don't remember.
It's 180.
It's 180, yeah. Okay.
6 months, basically.
Yeah, so they have to wait, yes, the 6 months. So yes, that is unfortunate. However, as a result of the higher rate, our sub pool has been a lot more stable, and that has helped to minimize people having a period cover.
I thought they waived that 180 during COVID, or was that temporary?
They did waive it. They waived it. However,
Right.
there's a caveat.
Yeah.
If you participate in a retirement incentive, you cannot.
Well, that's what I was wondering if.
Yes.
Oh, well,
That is
good
correct.
idea.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Barrios.
Aye. Yes.
And I vote aye as well. Okay, 9.2.
So moved.
Second.
Any comment?
Discussion, yes.
Discussion?
I would like to know, okay, under 9.2, okay, 13B, I would like to know, what is this nurse for Excelsior? What does Excelsior have to do with us, and why would we be supplying them a nurse?
So the Nurse for Excelsior is a county program. Some of our students are on the county schedule. We have LVNs that have a day count that is different than other day counts within the county. So when our students go to, for example, Excelsior, we have our students and they're in those programs at, what is that school in Snowline or Apple Valley and so forth. We have to staff up according to the schedules that they have. So this is a temporary situation, and next year we're going to touch bases with the county because they're providing a piece of the service, but we're providing the LVN there at the site. We're going to have some discussions with the county for next year that they take the whole service. But we have students that will be there. It's a new county class, and we have to provide the service for our students.
And who will be paying for this?
It comes out of our, well, it comes out of our budget.
With the student.
The whole
Yeah.
thing? No, I'm serious.
If there are students there, what happens with the special education program, albeit we have our students that may be on another site, there is a charge back to the district.
So a student that lives in our district, is that what
These
we're
are
talking
our
about?
students, our students, Victor Valley students.
So we
Yeah,
take
I'm
the.
good. Hang on, one second. Okay, there are students
Mhm.
why does the nurse go to Excelsior if there are students? Shouldn't it be going to Victor Valley, Silverado, something like that?
Well, we have LVNs at those sites as well when we have our students on calendar to be there. However, this is a ESY, a special a summer program or whatnot, and the students are going to be there for the duration of time. It's extended beyond the regular school year. And because it is a special needs class and there are some special students with needs in those classes that need an LVN there to be assigned, we are assigning for additional days for the LVN to be
I
there.
think I'm getting it, but I bet Margaret's got an answer.
So we have 12 students over there. It's either we hire or we allow county to hire, and there will be loss for every one of the kids. With each will have a one-on-one LVNs for our students. It's in their IEP. So when you have seizure or any other health-related issues that requires an LVN per ed code, the district must pay for that services. So when we, in the past 7 years, they used to do that until we started hiring to reduce the cost, because somehow county and SEPA will still be lost through our AB 602 funding.
So basically it comes down to, like, we have a student on the agenda now. They're going to CSDR in Riverside.
Yes.
Right. Same thing.
It's our student.
Yes. And so
But we are
have,
responsible for paying for the interpreter.
yes,
right?
and like
Oh,
that one is a
okay.
good example, because I have to enter into an MOU with all the other district here to bus that kid up and down 15 freeway to Riverside. Or we pay for them to live in the cottage, because I cannot form a classroom.
It happens.
Thank you. and
You're
Thank you.
So to be clear, when we say they're our student, they count towards our head count. And we get funding from the
Yeah,
state board.
they're Victor Valley students, but what happens on the funding piece with special needs, we're paying a premium to the county to provide the service. So there's a chargeback. And AB 602 is not funded adequately for us to be able to recoup the expenses. So that's why you have the additional piece of special education, what we call encroaching upon the general fund, because it's not fully funded.
Sounds like you're building a good case for suing the state.
We've done it already.
Hey, I'm for it. Go for it.
We already did it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Go ahead.
At the end of summer, do those students come back to us? Are they only there?
That's a programmatic question for Dr. Akanusi. It just depends. So you're talking about whether or not we're pulling back services, and I would defer to her on that.
Next year, what we're thinking is to go through a non-public agency to hire an LVN so that they can follow their schedule. I can only pay them based on their schedule, unlike paying an LVN hired through us. That would be cheaper.
No, my question was, are those students who are attending the summer school program at Excelsior, do they come back to us next school year, or are they permanently
It depends.
placed in Excelsior?
It depends on their on
The county
how they're
does.
behaving or how they're doing. So, and the parents have to sign up on it, like their lawyers do, for me to bring them back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, any more comments or questions?
No.
Okay, Mr. Barrios.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, measure passes. 9.3, tentative agreement between VVUHSD and CSEA for the impacts and effects of the dissolution of the merit system. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I know there was a question in public comment about the dissolution of the merit system, and so I would encourage you, Mrs. Holbein, to meet with with Mr. Moman. He's opened the door for people if they have questions about that.
Okay. Any more comments? All right, Ms. Barrios.
Aye.
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 And aye. 4 ayes, measure passes. 9.4, resolution number 22-20, temporary intra-district borrowing.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Discussion? All right, Ms. Barrios.
Aye.
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 And I vote aye as well. Item 9.5, 2022 and 2023 bell schedules. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
Just one. I still think this is crazy that we couldn't do anything about it where Apple Valley got a waiver and we didn't. This, I see students getting out at 4:16. They're going to be getting out in the dark, and that ain't right.
You're a city.
Yeah, so the the research that I did was because, and correct me, because I would love to be wrong, that Apple Valley historically had been considered a rural district. And because of that, they have more flexibility. Even though they're in the same community we are, we've not ever had that designation as a rural community, and they're not willing to reclassify us as a rural community. Is that correct?
That is correct, and the same thing goes for Snowline, because I talked to the superintendents there, and that was the for lack of a better term, the narrative or the thought process that they had in their legal counsel regarding that. I also personally contacted the California Department of Education on behalf of the superintendent as his designee to see if we can get an exemption, and they just did not allow it, and they put it in writing.
Can I ask a question about how set in stone these are? If we take a vote today, because I know that there was some discussion that maybe might be some revisions. Is it possible to revise these if we take an aye vote today?
That would, anything is possible. However, you know, in fairness to our parents, this is the summer. We did have a process that we went through to ensure that there was information to the community, and we looked at the impact of transportation. We also looked at the impact of the start time and the end times. We had a robust discussion with our site administrators. To Trustee Edmonston's point, we made sure that everyone was included in the discussion. And based on the data that we received and the input that we received, this was the best solution that we came up with at this time.
What happens if we don't approve this?
Well, I don't know what would happen on that one. I have to defer to the super on that one.
Well, I know that the middle schools are all obligated to start by 8. And then the high schools have to start at 8:30 or later. The reason why Silverado, we couldn't get all of our schools on the same cycle, so we had to start one school later, which is Silverado.
So on top of that, it'll delay the information being shared with families. It's really important that they get this information. If VVTA has concerns, I heard Anita say you're working with Dr. E already. We're happy to come to the table to hear what their concerns are, and we can always address concerns, right? But to not adopt this is unfair to the community. They need to know when their school's starting so they can plan appropriately.
Well, would it be possible, Anita, that you could tell us something about the inequities that you mentioned?
Yes. What the problem is, the minutes that each school has for class are different. Where Silverado and Adelanto have 57 minutes, Victor High has 58 minutes per class. And they have different times at lunch. Goodwill has a big discrepancy. So you have teachers teaching, I think, 35 minutes, instructional teaching 35 minutes less than what other sites are. And so we feel that we need to look at that, because I know Kathy Hansen spent a lot of time with HR and with the district to make sure that our schedules were set, and if there was changes to them, that it would go through a process. And I understand the dilemma that we have with the change of start times. That's not what we're talking about. It's just making sure that all of the sites are aligned. I believe that all the comprehensive high schools should have the same minutes.
Well, didn't Victor, maybe this was an MOU and it expired, but didn't they have more instructional time by a few minutes?
They
Could that
had
be?
an RTI.
And is this no longer implemented?
No, so
Okay.
it should reverse back, and hopefully, I was talking with Dr. Eve so that we could probably try to resolve that,
But that would not significantly change the start time.
No,
That
we're not talking start
So
time.
you're
it's
not
bell
talking
schedules.
about the start time?
No.
Oh, okay, so,
Talking BAL schedules.
yeah, because we need to do the start time. That's
Well,
one
the
thing.
start time the board already adopted. These are the BAL schedules and the number of instructional minutes. And I think it's really important to note, alternative ed has a very different requirement, as
Yes,
does
they
middle
do.
school,
Exactly.
as does high school. Now, you have to have the same number of instructional minutes by law. And as long as we satisfy that, we don't micromanage our schools if they want, passing period to be a little longer because they have a different layout on their campus. It may take longer at Victor High to get to a class versus Silverado or Adelanto. So there's some wiggle room. And we're talking 1 minute though. Now, for alt ed to be on the same schedule as a comprehensive, that just makes no sense at all. It's alt ed for that purpose. Students have different needs, and that's why they're alternative education.
But we got a raise several years back by putting extra minutes of instructional time teaching. We've got, I think, a 2.5% raise for that. Now you're saying that one school can have 35 minutes a day less teaching time with a student. How is that equitable to someone at another site that has that extra 35 minutes a day with a student? And that's what we're talking about.
I understand the problem. We're mixing up terms. You're talking about a contractual workday versus instructional minutes, and there's a big difference. All VVTA teachers and unit members fall under the contract under the 6.5 hours, and that is your workday. But the number of instructional minutes and the instructional periods for Hook, Schools of Choice, and Lakeview are different than your comprehensives because it's a different setup. So there is no lack of equity when everybody is still on the clock and the contractual day is the same.
There's a difference between sitting in your room and grading papers and actively teaching students.
Amen to that.
And there is
Perhaps
a-
we can meet afterward
Yeah.
and
Well,
discuss this.
I think like at Hook Junior High School, our comprehensive high schools have to do 64, it's either 64 or 68,000 minutes, and our middle schools only have to do 54,000 minutes.
Correct.
So it's about 10,000 minutes in between the difference between them. And then our alternative eds, I think the state requires them to only have to do a minimum of 36,000.
So is the dilemma with Hook, Lakeview, and the parent choice schools that they have 7 periods and the other schools have 6 periods?
No.
But that's not the issue. It's the differences of those schools. 7-period schools, there's issue differences, and mostly with Louisville is the big one.
And some of our schools give 4 minutes passing, and some of them give 5 minutes passing. That will impact the number of minutes per.
Yeah, remember I was talking to you, Mr. Moman, about that? How many minutes some of the schools have and others?
We're happy to
And
meet.
some of it is because that's the design of that school. They want them to make sure that, say, you get to your class and some,
Yeah.
they gotta go further and,
I think we really need to just meet so we can further
yeah.
discuss this,
and
but
discuss that.
I would encourage, maybe I'm speaking out of turn, I apologize, but you really need to consider approving this because
yeah,
it's
we
bell
do have to
schedule
approve
instructional
this.
minutes
It's not
versus a
this.
contractual workday.
What you're talking about is different minutes.
So
Okay.
there would actually be no other time to discuss it though, if it were passed, because there would be no, the people with whom it affects will be off on their break.
It would have to be amended.
What I think it's really important to note, and I say this respectfully, start and end time, like work hours, the work day, contractual is negotiable. Instructional minutes is not. It's driven by the state, and it's at the discretion of the school district superintendent and the board. So we're talking about something that typically isn't negotiable. But we're happy, always happy to meet, to come to the table. They can demand to bargain at any time and say, let's look at the impacts and effects. But we're talking about something that's outside of the scope of bargaining.
Right.
This is
We're talking
instructional
about
minutes
the
for
state
students.
requiring us
Your
to
workday
allocate
is
a
not
block.
changing.
Yeah.
Well, one last thing on this topic, and then we'll vote. Passing periods, now, that's been, well, I know my bite for a long time, but sometimes the site administrator gets a little overzealous and they cut the passing periods so low that, number one, students don't have time to even go to the restroom between classes, so they're late. And number two, the staff doesn't have time to go to the bathroom. Okay, and that could be, quite an emergency for some of us elderly people, okay? So that kind of thing has got to be checked. I know at Victor one time, they cut the passing period so low and swore up and down, oh, it's okay, it's okay. And so I did the walk from PE all the way up to the baseball field classrooms, and I didn't talk to anybody, I didn't do anything, and I barely made it. So, needless to say, I think they added the minute back because we have to be realistic too. Because a student that's uncomfortable or a teacher that's uncomfortable in that classroom is not going to be as effective as if they're relieved, so to speak.
Well, I think what you should do is, have a meeting and talk about the instructional minutes.
Yeah.
Right now with the start time and I know we have to actually do this. So I think we should vote on this, and then you guys should meet and talk about the instructional minutes, see what's happening.
Well, we're definitely going to vote on it. No one has motioned that we call it. So we're
You
definitely,
did, didn't you?
no, I asked,
Oh,
I just asked.
I thought you did. Why did I put
No.
a check there?
I did not motion that we table.
Huh,
I'm just concerned that these discussions, there
We're
are no
talking.
time for them. The motion was made and seconded. We're
I
in
thought it
discussion.
was.
Right, we're in
Was it?
discussion.
Yeah.
Oh,
Motion
yeah,
was made
and
and
aren't you
seconded.
this is discussion,
Yeah,
right?
this is discussion.
Okay, all right.
We're definitely going to vote on it.
All right.
Any more discussions?
I'm just concerned that there's not any chance to meet with the people who are most closely involved in this to have that discussion.
Well, we can
Correct me
make-
if I'm wrong.
But I thought
Haven't
you
you
guys
guys
were
been
gonna
meeting with
meet.
Dr. Yee about instructional minutes?
We have, and we're trying to resolve this. This is the contract it's in violation of 6.5.2 right here.
Can you tell
What's
me
the
what page
violation?
that's on?
What is-
I don't have a page, but I'm happy to.
What's the violation? How
What's the
can instructional
violation?
minutes be a
They have
violation
to
of the
follow
contract?
the procedure for an alternate schedule.
I don't understand.
What are you
So
talking about?
what alternate
But,
schedule?
yeah.
If we're talking about
So-
instructional minutes, what's the alternate schedule?
I'm changing it. It's outlined in the contract.
Alternate schedule?
So
Did you
we,
guys hear
so
about
we
an
changed
alternate
instructional minutes.
So
Instructional
this does not
minutes?
affect the start time, the end time. So this
Yeah.
could be discussed over the summer. This is the bell schedule. The workday is still the same. It's just discussing whether or not the instructional minutes are equitable from one site to another.
And they haven't been in the past, which is why we took great concerns to have it written in the contract so there would not be issues in the future.
I'm sorry, I
No,
don't
no,
get it.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't get it. I say that respectfully because the board adopted start and end times. That's driven by law.
Yeah.
We have no choice. The board adopted it, so that's one thing. Start and end times adopted.
We tried to
Instructional
change that
minutes
all the
are
way
driven by
around.
the state. So if I hear you
Couldn't do it.
correctly, you're arguing that you want your teachers at Goodwill to teach more than they currently are to be equitable with the comprehensive high schools and other schools. You're asking your union members to work more. They stay their workday like everyone else until 2:51 or whatever you're supposed to,
We're
2:50.
asking that it would be ready.
But you're talking about alternative ed, which is completely different. You're making a decision
36.
that's supposed to be driven by a student
Isn't
need
that 36
for the adult
minutes?
issue?
36
policy that's in the CBA to be followed.
Which policy?
So there's 6.5.
policy.
Do you,
Okay.
do you
She
want to?
just read that.
Pass that down?
Can I just look it over?
Sure.
You want to look at my copy?
No.
6.5.
You don't
You know,
want
I
to know what
don't
I
policy?
have one.
I'll
But you
look.
asked what
I've
policy?
already
No, I'm
looked at
talking
it.
about.
The Goodwill's not changing. They're the same schedule that was previously approved,
Sure.
8:30 to 2:30.
Thank you.
The issue is that instructional minutes, you want consistent for each student, whether they go to Goodwill or they go to Silverado. You want it consistent across the district.
If there's going to be a change, then it should be addressed though through the process.
That was addressed 2 years
Bless
ago through
Bless
this
you.
process, and we negotiated the 8:30 to 2:30. Since that time, and we followed the contract, it has not changed. So that's why I'm confused. This was 2 years ago, we followed this procedure. It is the exact same schedule, 8:30 to 2:30. How is that a change? We negotiated it two years ago. Was it 2 years ago, Heather?
Yes.
Yeah, 2 years ago. And we followed everything in this contract.
Are the instructional minutes being changed for the upcoming year different than this year we're just now finishing?
There's slight differences. We went over our team to note that there are slight differences, and we're hopeful that we could get those resolved.
Anita, what is the difference? And I say this respectfully, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you brought up the question. What difference has occurred at Goodwill? There has not been 1 minute change.
There's been a lot of changes with Goodwill, especially through the pandemic with different times and different changes. And there's been a lot of issues with that. We just want consistency, parity, and equity for our members. And I'm willing to take this at a different time and discuss it.
Now, it is possible, if there is no change.
There is no change.
If there is no change, and it was followed that way in the contract, then
And we're good.
I don't see
Okay,
what
so
the
that,
issue would be.
that, right, I
There
agree.
is no
That was
issue.
followed. Me, I was told that those times were different. And so if they
No.
were, if they were moved around, and
No.
now all of a
Yeah.
sudden you have a
We
lot
didn't, we didn't
less.
change that, did we?
We did not, and I clearly recall Heather was in charge of that at instructional minutes and helping us put it together. We negotiated it, we reached agreement, 8:30 to 2:30, and it has been the same since.
Same
Yours
sense.
is different. Yours is different because of the RTI.
Okay,
1 minute
um,
different for security.
all right.
They don't have
So-
RTI.
But wasn't that negotiated that they have the RTI?
No,
That was
Oh.
also
RTI is
resolved a
ended.
So
couple
when,
years
when the
ago.
RTI ended, did their schedules not change, the instructional minutes per class not change?
they have 58 minutes per class, well, Adelanto and
Silverado.
Silverado have 57. It should be the same.
So does it mean that, where is that time coming from? Is it coming
It's a
from
minute
the
difference.
It's the
prep time
passing
before
So
and
it come
period.
out
after
a
It's the
minute,
school?
1 minute and
More
passing period.
time at lunchtime.
No, it's the passing period, right? Or lunch.
Maybe,
It's before and after lunch.
Before
Okay.
that.
So respectfully, Mrs. Tucker, I think maybe it'd be a shame to hold up, this is my feeling, but it seems like it would be a shame to hold up the bell schedule for the whole district because of two sites that might change. So I think if there need to be changes, we could amend those, correct?
I'm happy to work with Dr. Yee to make necessary changes for equity and parity.
So maybe we can call for the vote at this time, Mr. Barrios?
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Could we possibly table this until they've had a chance to have that discussion? And it could come up upon us on the next
That could
board?
be a good possibility.
We could, I
So-
think that would, my personal feeling is that would be doing a disservice to our students. Remember, we have a lot of schools and you're talking about changes at perhaps 2 of them. So I think that would be a disservice to all of our students who maybe you're at Lakeview, you're not affected by it.
Exactly, and to our parents, because I know they're waiting on the
And our
bell schedule.
parents are
They have to
waiting
make
on the
plans.
schedule.
No, the start and
And-
end time is what the parents need to know.
Yes, that's what
Whether
we
or
need to-
not the math class is 5 minutes more or 1 minute
Right.
more, that's not going to be a concern because the start and end time is what they need to know for their
That's
child.
what the
Right, and that's what I
parents
thought we're
They need to
voting
know
on.
the buses.
In fact, that's what we were voting on.
Isn't that what we're voting on?
No, we're
Starting-
voting on the instructional
The bell-
minutes
the
per
bell
class.
No, we're voting. aren't we voting
Bell
on
schedules.
The bell schedule?
The bell
Bell
The
schedule,
bell schedule.
yes.
First period, second period, third period.
Well, all of the bell schedules are basically uniform. Those that start at 8 o'clock, well, it's 8:30, they end at the same time with the exception of, like you say, if it's a
It's
lunch,
the
it's a
start
little bit
time and
longer.
the end time, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we need
Start and
to
end.
vote on
Well,
the start
is
time and the end
VVTA
time.
amenable to meeting with Dr. Yee before the next board meeting?
Well,
Okay.
let me make a suggestion. If Anita's going to meet with Dr. Yee, I would definitely like to have Dr. Bubakaba there. I think that's really important.
Yeah, we have a little confusion as to what is going on.
In that case, I'd like to make a substitute motion to table this until next board meeting.
I
To
would
give
say-
that
I would
discussion a
second
chance.
that because the vote night might not go very well as it stands right now. in the
I mean,
situation.
it appears that the vote might not go very well, but it saddens me because I
But
think
if it's easy to fix and it's only 2 weeks and I know what everybody, oh yeah, the parents are worried. Right now, the parents are finally seeing their children after, 300 whatever days of school. And probably we're going to worry more about what they're going to do with their child during the summer to keep them busy. Just in my own, as being a former parent, I'm still kind of a parent, but they're old.
well, we do have a motion, a substitute motion.
And a second.
There was a second?
He seconded it.
Okay, so I guess we'll vote on the substitute motion to
Okay.
table. Mr. Barrios,
Aye.
Mrs. Dew,
No.
Ms. Edmiston?
Yes.
And I will vote no. So the substitute measure fails. I want to call for the question on 9.5. Mr. Barrios,
No.
Mrs. Dew,
Yes.
Ms. Edmiston?
No.
And I vote aye, and that measure fails.
So we accomplished a lot there.
Well, it'd be nice to have Josh here, but we have four.
Well,
So 9.6, our award of bid to Dependable Trash Out. Do I have a motion?
so moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Yes, just real briefly, because I already talked to Brett about this. This sounds like something that we need to do because it would be the first step to get the old Cobalt site ready for a resurrection. That sounds dramatic, but if you've been over there, it needs a resurrection.
So you're in favor of it?
I am in favor of it. Yeah.
Okay, good. Any other comment? All right, Mr. Barrios.
Aye.
Aye.
Mrs. Dew, Ms.
Yes.
Edmiston, and I vote aye as well. That measure passes. Award of bid to Apple Valley Communications, 9.7.
So moved. Second.
Okay, do we have discussion? Okay, Mr. Barrios,
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Edmiston.
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. Number 9.8, award of bid to ABV Scorecard Services. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Now, again, just talked with Brett about the situation and if any of most of the scoreboards in the district were donated by Desert Community Bank at one time. But now they've since fallen into disrepair and that. And I was just asking him if anybody knew if they had checked with some of the local businesses if they would be willing to do that again. I don't know if they did, but figure, hey, it's worth a shot.
Right.
Okay, any other comments? Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Mrs.
Aye.
Dew?
Yes.
Ms. Edmiston, and I vote aye as well. 9.9, award of bid to Apple Valley Communications. Again.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Okay, Mr. Barrios.
Aye.
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 And I vote aye as well. Item 9.10, award of bid to FM Flooring and Sports Logo.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
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 And I vote aye as well. Measure passes. 9.11, award of proposal reference, I won't read the number, to Jurgensen Concrete Incorporated.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Barrios?
Aye.
Aye.
Edmiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. That measure passes. Item 9.12, contract NeoGov.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes.
Okay, now, I'm actually looking at it right here because for some reason, all right, we just hired a new director for HR and we want to spend this much extra money for some services. And on the description, it doesn't really tell you what the services are. Learned setup, custom professional services. Now, why do we need to spend all this extra money if we're already hiring extra people? Can't the extra people help do this?
No, it's not a service. It's a platform. It's a platform that Classified currently uses, but this is the enhanced version. And we're going to switch from the certificated. We're going to do one HR now. And this will be our new platform for filtering applications, screening, onboarding. It has a whole suite of a library suite for trainings and the such. So it's going to really help expedite and reduce some of the work. It's more on the classified side as far as our clerical data entry. It's going to really streamline the HR process from start to finish. Help make sure. So it's not like people coming in and doing something for us. It includes training on how to maximize. We often get the Cadillac version of things, but we don't use all the features. So we want the training that comes with it so that we fully utilize this. So it's highly recommended. Our entire HR team looked at it and they all gave it the thumbs up and they really, really want this for our department.
So how did we do these things before we had this platform.
We're doing it, we do it now, and it's people power.
Right, we have the.
Yeah, we have but this will help make it more efficient, expedited, more thorough, and more automated. Because sometimes there are delays because we just can't get to everything. This will help streamline HR from start to finish.
So this is automating it, so we're taking the H out of HR, is what you're saying?
No,
No, I'm serious. We get all these extra platforms and then we hire extra people and then we get a new platform that simplifies things. So if it simplifies it that much, why do we need to add personnel?
because
I'm sorry, I just.
Wait,
seems like
so
it's-
let me
for
let me
that's
try
a
to
logical
answer this
question.
the best way possible. We always seek to improve our processes so that we can deliver world-class service. And this platform will help us to get to the goals that we want. We want to hire people quicker, then we need the right tools. It's like asking a mechanic to use, kids' tools to do a job. We want the right tools to be able to be the best HR department we can be, and we believe this is the right platform. Now, if you don't approve it, we're going to continue to do what we do, and that's fine. But we're asking for the board support to be better, to be more efficient, to be more automated and more accurate.
I'm gonna tell you.
Sounds like we need help from what you're just saying.
Well, that's another factor that would be great. Give us some more help.
I was just gonna say that, $156,000, I'm gonna vote for it because I think that anything we can do to help out human resources and get our people here working for us, that I'm in favor of it. But $156,000, that sure looks like a director's salary.
It's over 3 years. It's divided up over
Correct.
3 years.
All right, so maybe it's not a director's salary, but I'd still rather have the
It
director.
goes from 34,000 the first year to 60,000 the third year.
Yes.
Why does it go up so much the third year?
It includes professional development. It includes some other features. It's a phased approach to getting to where we want to get.
How is it different than EdJoin?
EdJoin is a very simplified platform. Costs us roughly $2,000, $3,000 a year. It doesn't have nearly the breadth of tools and resources. For example, Target Solutions. Target Solutions, people complain, I cannot access it. It's very limited in what it offers. The library is exponentially greater on the tools that we can offer for training, support through this platform.
But does
Would this replace Target Solution?
Yes.
Training for classified?
Yeah, I mean, we'll still have it available, but this would enhance
So they would be logging on to this
instead.
instead also for certificated?
Yes, and EdJoin would be used only as a platform for marketing, and they would link to this NeoGov platform.
That's what I was gonna ask. That's
Yes,
the interface.
that is correct.
Because they're gonna have, EdJoin's gonna have the foot traffic.
Yes, and there's other sources like EdCal. A link would be provided to apply through NeoGov.
What other districts are using it up here?
I can provide the board a list. I don't know off the top of my head. I don't want to provide misinformation, but I can provide a list that they shared with the board of other districts. There are many districts that use this platform.
It's a lot of money. It could be a salary of a person in your department.
You want to give me more people? I won't object to that.
Well, with this much money,
It serves a different purpose than people. This is a platform that's going to be utilized by our personnel techs, by my executive assistant, by other members of our team. As we onboard people, it's an onboarding tool as well.
what does that tool look like when you onboard them?
If the board would like, I mean, we can ask the vendor to provide a presentation.
Well, if you could just tell me briefly, what does it look
So
like?
it houses the information and expedites the onboarding process. So people would be able to log into NeoGov, update their information, and which will facilitate, instead of filling out forms like we do now, we're paper.
Mhm.
It's going to be automated, electronic, and you can do it from the comfort of your home, from your phone, from any device. You're going to walk in, you're going to be able to upload your documents, and a lot of that processing time is going to be reduced.
Okay, that I understand. That makes sense.
We're going digital. We're asking to go digital 21st century. And it comes with the cost. Yes, it's expensive, but you're going to see some great outcomes.
Is it possible?
Richard is standing up.
Yes, go ahead, chime in.
No, I was just gonna say, right now, we're in a paper world, and this takes everything digital, automated, all your onboarding, your I-9 documents, everything that you need to bring in paper when you get hired, it all does that from home, so you can start the process, before you even
speeds
step foot
everything
here. It's so from the time you submit your application to the time you are hired and an employee, you will be staying on the NeoGov platform to do every year your mandated trainings.
Yep.
Anytime that
Update addresses and stuff like
everything
that.
like that will happen through this whole system, basically.
It's an HR platform. It's much more than just hiring. It's an HR platform.
So we're using it, sounds like the part of the platform we have now is working pretty good.
Currently,
So why do we need the?
currently
enhancements?
the part that we use is only to advertise and submit applications. That's where it ends. We don't get the whole rest of the back end part of it. It's basically for you to submit your application, and then that's where it stops.
Right. This takes a paper packet and puts it online.
Okay.
It does all the EEOC reporting. It does everything that we need in the HR department.
So will we be able to get rid of Target Solutions then and save some money there?
I think it'll,
Yes.
number one,
Yeah.
Target Solutions is free. So we get it through the JPA. But this will take over for Target Solutions, and it is far superior. Maybe you can speak to it a little
How
bit
do
more.
we know it's far superior?
Because we reviewed the library.
The library has about 1,500 courses in it, anywhere from the AUP can go on there, so Dave can assign digital citizenship trainings. There's maintenance and facilities trainings. There's all your mandated reporter training, sexual harassment trainings. If you get in trouble and you need to do some type of
Ethics in the
hostile
workplace,
ethics,
hostile work environment,
anything
you
like
name it.
that, it's all housed in this one platform where you have your login from start to finish as you're an employee here.
Okay.
So you don't have to go Target Solutions or here or there. Everything's housed in this one hub, basically.
And if a certain employee needed more targeted
Mhm.
assistance, that could be provided.
We have way more to access from this library. Target Solutions is very limited compared to this one.
All right.
So are we ready to vote? Mr. Barrios?
No.
Mrs. Dew?
Aye.
Ms. Edmiston?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. The measure passes. Item 9.13, the contract for New Direction Solutions.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion?
I had questions. The ratio for a psychologist to student seems so high, considering what we know the research to be is effective. So I've seen here that the School Psychologist Association recommends 500 to 1. We're going past 1,600 to 1. We currently have over 1,700 to 1 special ed students
So
that
if
are
we
being
need to hire
monitored.
more than 3 for every one that we have, would we be able to hire that many if we
We've
If we
got,
send out that many
we got a
applications?
ton of psychologists right now.
Well, I think we only have 7 or 8.
We only have 7.
Yeah, 7.
And this is not to hire a new psychologist. This is just for subbing for the one that is out for a year and a half.
Okay, yeah, that's.
But I think it sheds a light that we need to start hiring more, that we
Yes,
need to
when
provide more for our students.
yes,
because-
when FITMAC came here, they recommended extra 2, but it wasn't hired.
Okay.
But I just need a substitute for next school year. That's just what this is. It's not even for a new hire.
This is a substitute.
Yeah.
We have an employee, a psychologist on leave that will be an extended leave.
For
We
a year
need
and a
to just
half.
fill that vacancy temporarily, and then when that person returns, this position goes away.
Yeah, well, no, I did see that. It's just the explanation just muddied the waters.
I agree.
Bringing in
No,
all
I
these
just
other
wanted
things,
to
and
bring
I'm
to
sorry, but
light.
why couldn't it just say, all of this is just a sub for the missing person, period? But then it goes into the whole history and background.
Because
and
I was
ratios and
I
everything.
was directed to give the background.
Like, I'm a simple guy, just a simple explanation. is all I need.
No, you're not. You have questions on everything.
Yeah, really.
That's our job.
She was trying to give you the information up front.
That's why I appreciate. She always gives us this direct, easy answer, and it's so good.
I don't appreciate it.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Mrs. Deuce?
Aye.
Yes.
Dennison, and I vote aye as well. The measure passes. Item 9.14, contract with Rise Interpreting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Discussion?
We brought it up earlier, out of order, but it was brought up earlier.
Okay. So no more discussion. All right, Mr. Barrios.
Aye.
Aye.
Do.
Yes.
Dennison, and I vote aye as well. Item 9, measure passes. 9.15, a contract with Onsite LLC. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Discussion?
Second.
Yeah, I'd like to know more of what this is.
Well, that's exactly my first question here. What do they do? It's a explanation here, and we had someone talk about it. So it obviously has something to do with our nurses. But
This one is for American Sign Language.
what?
Are we talking about 9.15?
9.15?
We're on
Well, they're
9.1.
That's okay,
We're-
Margaret. Yeah.
Outside LLC.
You're good. You're good.
All right.
Mr.
No,
Moman,
you're-
Mr.
Don't
Moman,
worry.
do you want me to speak to this?
Go ahead. Got it?
It's to
If
make
he
a
wants me to speak to it.
plan, a healthier building master plan.
One
Let
second,
me-
Jenny. Mr.
I-
Moment, did you want
You
to
want me to
answer his
speak to
question?
it? Or you want?
No,
to?
I'm good.
You want me to speak to 9.15?
Yeah, go ahead. Speak to it.
Okay. On-site LLC, what they would be doing is environmental sampling. We had a meeting with them, me and the superintendent. In the height of the COVID pandemic, there was a lot of airborne, pathogens and so forth. So this is a contract not to exceed $25,000 where they would come onto one of our sites and put up high technology tools to see what type of pathogens are in the air to mitigate that. It was a meeting that we had with them. I, met with them along with the superintendent and was directed to bring this to, of course, for board discussion, but to look at this type of program or these type of tools to ensure the safety for our students.
After we've
Okay,
already
well-
upgraded all of our filtration systems?
Yeah, we have upgraded our filtration systems. We understand that. We just wanted to have something else to enhance what we've already done to see what's happening out there in the environment. We have things that are on the horizon, such as monkeypox now. We have other variants of COVID and so forth. And this is just a test sampling piece where they will put their tools there to kind of tell us what some of the challenges are. Not just that, but allergens. Before you, Mr. Barrows, just real quick, not just COVID, but allergens and other types of airborne pathogens. To the point earlier, yes, they are in hospitals. They are in hospitals. I have a cousin that's a physician who's that I kind of talked to as well to just get his thought on these type of tools. And they're in hospitals, but they do a very good job to mitigate risk.
Okay, well.
Don't they use this
the
one
chicken-
also in the military?
Yes.
Well, checking the air, that's very important. But my question is, well, first thing, why are we doing this now after we went 2 years and we spent millions on filters? We spent another million on portable air filters for our classroom. And aren't there government agencies that do safety testing?
To the point of government agencies doing safety testing, yes, there are. My understanding is that comes for when there are major outbreaks in areas that they feel is a serious risk to public health.
Right.
This is, and I understand you, that's a very valid point regarding doing COVID. We had a meeting with them. I sat in on a meeting and was given guidance to bring this for discussion for the board to look at the sampling.
Well, I know this is a small amount compared to some of the money we spend on things that give us nothing in return, but this, and I know as a teacher at Victor Valley High School, I worked down in we used to call it the mold hotel, okay, down the gym. And who knows what we were exposed to over the years. And nobody ever tested the air. And so now we're going to spend money on that.
Got it.
See, that's my thing. I hate to spend money when, we're going to be in 4 years, we're going to have no money and have a deficit and all that. And spending money like this, I just can't agree with that.
And this sampling these funds would come out of ESSER funds.
I was going to
FYI.
ask where the funding source was.
It says ESSER.
It would be ESSER funds.
I appreciate that you're going with our oldest school that might have the most need.
Yeah.
And in that respect, I can see it being a pilot there. But I'd like to know what kind of things we would mitigate once we find that there's concern. If there was a mold issue,
Mhm.
then certainly we can't have our students exposed to that.
So that's a very, very good point. They would do a data run. So what we had discussed with them was not to, of course, subject to your approval as a board, not to install any equipment until our students are there. So they would have over the summer to kind of strategically place their equipment. Then once they do the data sampling for maybe did we say 60 or 90 day period?
60, 90 days.
60, 90 day period, we would come back to the board with a comprehensive report in terms of what was found or what are some of the threats, when we talk about allergens and so forth to students. And from there, we would have a robust discussion with the board regarding what next steps would look like to mitigate those challenges, if any, are realized.
Well, our previous president lets us know that if you don't test for these things, you're not going to find them. So maybe it's best just not to test.
That's been the policy over the years.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Hey, good. You listened to something he said. That's good.
Jose, you know that in Old Town, there's been a lot of cases, especially with the Victor L. District Office.
Oh,
I can support this because I know that if this is going to really detect things that would be of a hazard to our students and our staff.
It's
It's a pilot.
It's a equipment that the military already uses it.
Yes.
And-
I'm sorry,
and
Ms. Duke. go ahead.
That's what they use in order to make sure that all the military people are safe in their environments that they have.
Military hospitals,
Right,
level
and
1
they-
hospitals and so forth.
And now because of COVID, they've allowed the military and others have allowed schools to use this type of equipment.
Some of the technology.
Right.
So that's what it's about.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
No.
Aye.
Mrs. Dew, Ms.
Yes.
Evanston, and I vote aye as well. The measure passes. Okay, item 9.16, our contract with CSM Consulting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
These are all for take-home computers, Dave?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
This is for, I was asking, are these take-home computers?
Yes,
The
so
CSM
these,
Consulting support?
yes, this is a portion of E-rate funding. It was early connect funding. I think Ms. Dew spoke about this a while back. So these 2,000 will be for take-home to start supplementing our take-home we have now that are starting to age out and replace those with new devices.
Thank you.
I just have one thing, and again, this is in the description. Okay, the connectivity fund is a $7.17 billion program. Very good, but how does it affect us? See, the description of it said your district will get, all right, at least to me, and it says it will provide relief to millions of students. We don't have a million students, all right? No, but honestly, it's just
Right.
these descriptions are just so out there.
I was just giving a description of what the
I know,
funding
and
is, right.
you're
So-
great, but you gotta
Right.
remember. you're
So
talking
for
to
us,
us
this is the third wave, and before we always had funding to buy Chromebooks, through ESSER.
yeah.
So this will support funding for Chromebooks for, the next few years through this process.
Oh, no, I totally agree with you, and thank you for the extra information.
Trustee
And I
Barrios,
like
to
it, yeah.
your point, I'm taking some notes, and we hear you loud and clear for the whole board to be more concise regarding the narrative that we're putting on the board agenda.
But if you do that, then he's gonna, I think I appreciate more information because.
Oh, okay, that's fine. No, we got.
Actually, just continue with what you're doing. We're
Okay.
fine.
Just
It's
keep
important
doing
that we
what you're
have this
doing, and
rigorous
I will
discussion.
figure it out, all right?
He's gonna ask questions either way.
All right.
Especially if we get a grant and we bring
No,
this
but
to
the
us.
rigorous discussion is important.
No, it's,
That
Don't
we
have
have
to
the give
pay
and
for
take.
I know.
that's democracy. Okay.
Our grant.
Any more discussion?
No.
All right, item 9.16, Mr. Barrios.
Aye.
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. Measure passes. Item 9.17, contract, Vector USA.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes. Will this include modernization, updating our current facilities?
Yeah, so Hook, when it was modernized, it was all the classrooms were modernized, and unfortunately they ran out of funding, so the main building was never modernized. So the wiring is probably 15, 20 years old. The security system is analog. Everything needs to be rewired. So this is the last building at that site that has not been rewired.
So the governor's proposing quite a bit more money for facilities, including new facilities and upgrading existing facilities.
Right.
Will we be able to tap into that funding for this?
I believe we're using ESSER funding for this right now. So.
Right.
Well, that's not the government.
ESSER
That's not
3,
the
right.
governor's funding specifically for.
You're talking
facilities.
about the new pieces that coming on. We'll look at that. There's a budget discussion with the superintendent regarding new dollars as we do our budget build, and we'll be discussing with the board as well that we have dollars available and apply them where they should go.
So it can be changed from
Yes.
ESSER to.
Yeah, we can always
Okay.
do budget transfers. You
And
give
I
us
think
that
I just
authority.
signed a whole bunch of things tonight for that budget,
Yeah.
for different account
Mhm,
transfers.
mhm. Thank you, Dave.
More discussion?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Mr. Barrios.
Aye.
Do.
Yes.
Edmiston, and I vote aye as well. Measure passes. Item 9.18, another contract with Vector USA.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Okay. Mr. Barrios.
Aye.
Do.
Aye.
Yes.
Edmiston, and I vote aye as well. Measure passes. Item 9.19, the contract renewal with School Innovations.
So moved.
Second.
A discussion.
Okay, here we go. All right, now, this is a renewal, correct? Now, do we have any kind of numbers that show that this has worked? In other words, in the past, there's been a few times we spent a lot of money on a program and we got like zero return. Is this helping us be more efficient on tracking student attendance, keeping student attendance up, all the things involved in that?
To be honest with you, yes, it has. But prior to the COVID years, when we had the data, we actually had removed our chronic absenteeism rate, dropped from 18% to 7% when we first instituted this program. And then we had COVID, and the 2 years prior to this year have been COVID. And then this year has been off the rails more because of the COVID, the mandatory COVID absenteeism rates. But it has helped us even this year, though, because if you actually take out the COVID kids, the kids who are identified with COVID, chronic absenteeism, that number is actually maintained about 10% to 12% for chronic absenteeism. So this program does work, and we are actually adding a new layer to it as well, which is a positive piece of the system, where they're going to send home postcards to kids who are doing good with their attendance, so that way that they're going to get positive rewards for this in the mail. So we're adding it to it, and it's a 3-year agreement. So it's going to be for the next 3 years. We're locking this rate for the next 3 years before any inflation hits it. So.
And I didn't get to that part of the contract, but there is an exit clause just in case. And if it doesn't serve its purpose, we could get out of the contract.
There's always an exit clause in. We might have to pay an exit fee out of it, but it would be less than what, of course, the contract is.
All right.
I've asked questions about this program since I got on the board, because first of all, I think that it's contracting out work that our own employees can do. Secondly, I've never seen the data to show what kind of letters are being sent to the students, as opposed to how does that increase their specific attendance. And my concern is that this year that we may still be in the throes of COVID, and with independent study being something the students can easily go in and out of, unfortunately, we have more absenteeism, but we can't control that. And if the students are out because they've contracted COVID, we can't control that either. So over $800,000 just seems too much at this point in time. I'm concerned about that.
I understand your concerns. It's definitely something that, we want to keep on track with, but I do know that A2A does do a really good job regarding contracting this data for us, because it's still part of this will be part of the dashboard still moving forward. This will be a baseline year regarding the attendance piece of the dashboard. So we want to make sure we have these pieces in place, though, for next year. Now we'll have this baseline to help recapture some of those components. And that's why we've added that positive attendance piece of it. And I do understand your concerns too regarding, are we farming out, data or jobs, away from our sites? The way it works, though, is we're actually doing about 16,000 letters a year, if not more, depending on this. But also, too, they pay for the stamping, the printing, the mailing, everything goes out with it as well. It's all part of this whole package. So again, it's kind of compounded, but I do understand your concerns of that, though.
But we're going digital. And with this other program that we've approved, we're talking about how efficient it is to go digitally. Why do these things have to be mailed out? And $800,000 just because we don't know yet what the requirements will be for independent study. We already have ARIES. ARIES tells us attendance issues. It tells us all the data for students' attendance.
It does, but under if we're going to do a SART or SARB process, we have to make sure that by law per ed code that we're sending out letters that are in a timely manner, making sure informing parents that, hey, your child has now reached that chronic absenteeism rate. So we have that evidence of data. So when we do the SARB meeting, then we can do other resources for them. And then also as well too, though, when we have that resource in place, it's allowing our sites not to have to come up with those letters on that continual basis. So again, it helps the sites in some degree as well.
So how many SARB hearings have we had?
This year, we've had over 250 SARB hearings.
And have those students then come back to school with acceptable attendance?
I would say of the 250, I would say about 60% have.
And they wouldn't have without this service?
Well, they wouldn't have, at least we wouldn't have been following ed code regarding making sure we're informing them on the timely manner. Because ed code states that we have to inform them at the 30-day, 60-day, 90-day window of their attendance. And so we want to make sure that we get those out there so that way we're meeting ed code requirements.
But only 200 some students? Couldn't we get those letters sent to them at less expense than over 800,000?
We can look into that part of it. I can't say one way or the other on that. That's something we'd have to look at and talk to, of course, to our other departments about, because then again, that's adding again. Do we need to add more staffing then to do that? Because again, our staffs are already working hard at the school sites with a lot of other components. So that would mean adding potentially another body, which would be, and that'd be at all the school sites. So I don't want to estimate on price or cost on a person, because that's benefits, that's everything else. And of course, is that going to be at each school site? And I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it. And again, this could actually end up being cheaper than if we had, 8 or 9 other positions. It
is a cost savings measure. It's a compliance piece that if we don't use them and do this, the likelihood of us not being in compliance with the education code is very high. We don't have the people power to do what they provide a service. And because they're so efficient, many school districts use them. We've used them, I know, since I've been here and many years before that. It's just a very good program. They know what they're doing, and it helps us stay in compliance. But ultimately, it helps us serve those students, try to get them back to school, which then generates revenue so that it pays for itself.
I've only voted for it once. Every other time I voted no, because we could hire those employees. But I based it upon what our CSEA told us, and at that time they were in favor of it. So if that is still the case, because I would be much more in favor of hiring employees to do this to help our staff and students.
So I would say with the manpower that we have now, we could not do this work.
Yeah, I agree.
But there's no way.
There's no way you're going to be able to do it.
Can we meet these timelines that they need us to meet? I would say
Yes,
there's
30
no way.
days,
Put more work on my
60
people.
and
It just won't happen.
90, isn't it?
And for the district to stay compliant. And
Yeah.
that's just being honest as
Have
the
to be
leader of
compliant.
the CSA. Now, if they're gonna hire people, they're gonna get people in place and do it, then yes, but as we sit right now, I don't think that can happen.
So your association would be in favor of this contract?
Yes, at this time, because
Okay.
I don't see people being in the seats. People in the seat cannot do this work.
Okay, thank you, Tanya.
Okay. Oh, I guess I'm presiding. All right. So any more discussion? All right, Mr. Barrios.
Aye.
Do Emerson,
Reluctantly, yes.
and I'll vote aye as well. The measure passes. Okay, item 9.20, contract renewal with Panorama Education.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now, unlike the other program, all right, this is $120,000, and from the description, it's for surveys. All right. Now, unless there's some other fantastic, 120,000 just to do surveys, and I'm sure it tracks the results and all that kind of stuff. But, can't we do, Google surveys, that kind of thing? What's it, what's the other little, a lot of these free app things that, our staff.
Survey Monkey?
Yeah, Survey Monkey, or whatever we call it.
Well, I'd like to hear about the parent component of this, because I think that's what was
Well, and
important
again,
before.
I could think we do have employees that are very gifted and they could do some pretty good surveys. But we've been doing surveys for a long time. Do we have the service now?
Well, yes, we already have Panorama now. It's actually something we use as part of our SIPSA plan. So all of our school sites run this because they run 2 different surveys a year. They run a mid-year survey that's in September, October for us. And what it's based on is like social, emotional learning, well-being, and school climate and culture. And so we run a survey in October, and then we run another survey at the end of the year. We just ran it. It just completed actually last week. And then we compare that data to see how we've done as a school district as far as those 3 components. We also run one with the staff. The staff also does one that's based on those 3 functions as well. So we take that data into account as well. And then again, like Ms. Emerson just said, we also do a parent one that does the same kind of functions to talk about how their school's working, is there social emotional learning happening, those kind of functions. And we can, and this service compiles that data for us. So then we can give it to our school sites. So then they can build plans based around that for their mental health clinicians, for bringing programs in, parent resources, things like that. So that's what we use this data for. We already currently have it. This also is a 3-year contract as well. So it's actually 120 for 3 years, not just a one year kick. So again, so that's kind of where that's at.
Okay, the big question. Okay, now the results of the surveys, student, parent, staff, have those driven some changes? I know because sometimes the staff surveys, they're nice, you get a vent and all that, but then they're unheeded.
No, it has. Well, I can tell you this. So on student surveys, it's changed up because we've added student voice. So there's that student voice now to make sure that we bring resources in that they're asking for.
Those are the customers.
Exactly. The staff ones, we use that data because I know one of the big pieces that we learned from it was the safety concern, because that's one of the things that's in school culture, right? We've seen that degrade, and as well as also some concerns regarding discipline. And so part of that's which led to what we've done recently, which is that discipline matrix team that we created with teachers, parents, classified staff. That helped create that conversation that was needed to help change our systems for next school year. And then the parent one does the same thing about parent resources, parent workshops that are needed, things like that. So it does drive those kind of components for us. And again, it helps us stay in compliance with our school SIPSAs as well.
I'd also like the governing board to consider the fact that in our LCAP, that throughout the metrics in our LCAP, sometimes we have to have up to like 34, 35 metrics for each goal. And under each goal, there's like 7 to 17 actions. And in each action, we actually have to outline what are the metrics we are using to monitor this. And Panorama comes in quite often, and you'll see it sprinkled throughout the LCAP. And it's actually in a large part of our local indicators. Because if you remember last June, when we approved the first LCAP, I had to do a presentation on the local indicators, and I do an entire presentation on climate, and I present all the Panorama data. And every time I do a student forum, I present that school's Panorama data. Every time I do a school site council meeting, I present that school's Panorama data. And we talk about how the results and whether they're going up and down and what are the areas of need that we need to continue to work on. So that literally, I work with that data all year long, and it's embedded in our LCAP everywhere. So if we change midstream, then I have to change all the metrics and I have to write to all that. And we have to explain to the county why we're changing our metrics. So really in the end, it would be advantageous to us to maintain this at least through the end of our 3-year cycle of the LCAP, as well as to allow the school sites to prepare because it is built into their SIPSAs as well.
Well, could you get that data? I know that you need to finish this cycle, but could you get that data from a Google survey or SurveyMonkey or something less expensive?
The nice thing, we could build our own survey. We do that quite a bit with other surveys. But the nice thing about this is it actually provides us results, and then it gives us solutions and ideas. So there's also a playbook that's built into it. So a school site could look at the playbook, and if they see there's a low amount of self-efficacy among their students. So teachers can actually, we're going to drill down to the teacher level. Panorama is going to be automated. They're putting on an automated feature. So each teacher could look at their classroom level and look at their own students and determine what things in the playbook they might want to use on say a day where they feel like they need to work on student social emotional well-being. So there's some really interesting tools in it that aren't available. That would be something we'd have to create on our own. Also, it gives us comparison data to like districts, because this survey is given nationwide. So we often can see how we compare to other districts with similar demographics. So that's very valuable as well.
Do we know how often of classroom teachers using this feature?
Right now, they're not using it because we piloted it with some teachers because we actually had to manually upload the class rosters. And so our new contract with Panorama, we basically told them they need to use some sort of FTP protocol, a file transfer protocol, similar that we use with a lot of our vendors, where like ClassLink with a single sign-on, where we are able to automatically upload that data. So as kids come and go in their classroom, they can see their students. So that's the newest feature that Panorama is going to be bringing on board for us. So that's why we're actually very excited about that.
Do we know if the classroom teacher wants to use this?
And that's actually part of our MTS PBIS team that we had. They actually would like this system because they can actually now run their own surveys for their classes based on some of these questions that are created professionally. So that way they can run them, they can like how they're going, and then they can now do the playbook and go from there. And we're actually going to have as part of our professional development at our summer professional development. That'll be a class actually that teachers can take to really understand Panorama and drill down that data.
I did see that as the offerings
Mhm.
that was sent to me.
Okay, so it will be accessible to the classroom teacher.
Mhm.
See, I've never heard that before.
And that was new. That was something we just added this past year of it, because when we talked to teachers and other individuals on the PBS MTSS team, they didn't have access to that data. It only went to the site level. And then so we wanted to make sure that teachers had access to whatever they needed regarding that Panorama system.
And will they be able to access that like per student?
Yep.
Like I have Johnny, she has Johnny, he has Johnny. I could look and see if I'm the only one that Johnny doesn't like or doesn't perform. So you can see that kind of a thing.
Yep, they'll be able to drill down. So they, for their 180, 190 kids on their caseload, they'll actually be able to identify what they can do to support those kids. They won't, but they have that access
There's
though.
always some that you need to find out what is causing the issue.
Mhm.
All right.
Okay, any more comment? Mr. Barrios?
Okay. I'll vote aye.
Aye. Yes.
And I vote aye as well. The measure passes. Item 9.21, a contract renewal with Dell.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Mrs. Good?
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. Item 9.22, a contract renewal with the City of Victorville for SROs.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, now I do have a question. All right, now we're getting the SROs, okay, and we're getting 2 from the City of Victorville and 1 from the county, correct?
Yes.
All right, now the 2 from the City of Victorville came to 446,000. And the 1 from the county is 230.
More than half the cost.
So in other words, you would save money. Why can't we get 3 from Victorville and save a few bucks?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr.
I was going to say that Atalanto is located in a county facility. Their address is in the county. So that's the reason why we have to use the county.
It's a matter of semantics.
I know.
Yeah, it's a jurisdiction issue. So if we actually had a Victorville police officer at Atalanto and they were trying to enforce anything over there, it would be negated because they're out of their jurisdiction.
But we could have our own police force and then there wouldn't be any jurisdiction.
Atalanto used to have a police force. Trust me. Look that up.
And actually, Mr. Castaneda, I've actually talked to Dr. Bukava about this, and we're actually going to bring back for you guys just a short presentation on what it would take if we were going to do our own police force for you.
Yeah, because I continue to be, I mean, I've asked, it was over a year ago, I asked for data. I still don't have any data. I don't think I've received one answer to my questions. And this is important data because if you're going to be using force on students, you have to know who's having force used on them. And I understand, look, I want to protect our kids. I want to protect our kids from the outside as much as anyone else. I'm jumping when I'm hearing guns too. But I also want to protect our kids from having force used on them when many or most of these could be diffused.
Correct.
So I'm not confident that that's happening. I'm not confident that it's not. I don't know because I don't have the data. And I feel like maybe we need to, I understand we have to have the SROs because we don't have our own police force. But if we are going to have the SROs, we definitely need to have the systems in place to collect the data.
I would like to make a suggestion then. So why don't we postpone this vote until you get the information that you have asked for a long time?
Ooh, then you won't have any
Yeah.
SROs next year.
Yeah, I would advise against that.
I know, but
Hey, I'll
so-
I'll go
he's
along.
trying to do the right thing and he's not getting the information he needs.
Yeah,
And I
so
respect that. I know and that's hard for you because you know you think these SROs are roughing these kids up, so to speak. But I
I
understand.
don't know that they are.
And you need
I
to
don't
know,
know anything. I
you
don't have
need
to.
to know what's going on. And you just ask
Yeah.
for simple information.
Yeah, and and again, since this department, I've inherited the SRO program, so we've been doing the research you've been asking on that. I can say at the moment, currently during the research, though, there's not a lot of evidence out there that they're harassing or using force on our students. The SROs aren't. We do have some trainings we got to do for some other folks that we need to work with, but our SROs though have not been. They've actually have more of a toned down approach, and I'm sure some of our teachers here would probably attest to that the SROs do not do a lot of the on force site stuff.
we're also using Catapult more and more. We're phasing its implementation in where it's documenting incidents, and our principals and sites are doing a much better job of when they have a code green, code yellow, code red, it immediately informs. That platform also lends itself when we do have activation of pepper spray as an example, use of force, it can be documented on the Catapult platform, and we're shifting towards that. So we'll work with Mike, work with Dave and the rest of the team so that we can gather that data. You're right. We don't have that data. You're
And
right.
That's my point. Okay. And this happens a lot. I'm sorry. I'm being not positive, but he asked for information. Did somebody just say, hey, we don't have that information? No, they just didn't give it to him. And I will reference
Well, they have
the
told me that-
last 3
we
years.
don't have it.
When we
have
signed
told me-
contracts.
Just various. They have told me that they don't have the data. But to that point, I say you should be correct.
So the county
And you're
doesn't
right.
have anything. Okay, well, how about this one? Okay, I have asked every year since I've been on the board, has there been some discussion with the sheriff department about when there's a sick, SRO, are we going to get a substitute or are we going to get reimbursed for that time that we have no SRO? And I have asked and I never got a question. We're checking into it. We're checking into it. We're checking into it. I think last year we actually,
We were told
I was
that.
told
I
that
gave
we
you-
got it,
We were-
but the previous times it didn't happen. How hard is it to find that out? Because this is our money to start with. It's taxpayer money. And this happened with the probation department when the person was out, we had no sub. Okay. And we're paying good money for this service. And it's only fair that we have either a sub or reimbursed for that service. Okay. That's all I have to say for now.
No, and Mr. Barros, you make a good point. I know that Mr. Momin and myself and Dr. Bukava, we've actually reached out to the captains for the summer to meet with them to discuss some of those concerns. So they are on our forefront, and we can bring you back a report once we have that information.
No, I would say settle it because this is ridiculous. I've been at sites where, oh God, something's happened. Well, the SRO, he's out sick today. Hey, that's it. People get sick. Just because he's a policeman doesn't mean he doesn't get sick. But we still have to take care and protect our students.
So is there something in place when an officer is out?
For this year, so like I said, I know that Dr. Bugatti worked it out with them, and then we did have a sub. So we're supposed to report to those school sites.
Right.
But again, we would have to follow up again to make sure, because I know data is important to know on those dates when subs were, or how many subs did we get? How many often was that happen? That's important data to have. And so again, we'll work on that component of it for
The
you.
short answer was we had that conversation with both captains. I took principals with me to have a meeting to share their concerns. We had the meeting. We shared contact information. They guaranteed us to have a sub when somebody was out. On training was the most common practice. Hey, I have a week-long training. They send someone else. But on top of that, I think it's important to keep in mind, although they have a duty to respond to a call, when we have called on them and say we really need additional support, they've sent multiple SROs. They haven't charged us. They said, hey, we need somebody. Can somebody just be present? Have a unit. They've been very gracious. I know, Mike, you recently did that. They sent in multiple units. So it's a working relationship.
Well, that's good. They should come for an emergency. It's their job. But we need to have, if we only have one SRO, You know, the ones I've worked with have been great. They're worth their weight in gold. But if they're gone, you got a big void there if something comes down.
I have some questions. And I don't mind if you get back to me on this because I will support both this one and the next one on the agenda. Do these officers have protective gear, access to that in their car or in their office at the site?
Yes.
And God forbid, there's an active shooter on our campus. Who are they getting their directions from?
It's usually a captain or lieutenant or a sergeant, the watch command. But the sheriff's department is highly trained for active shooter scenarios. I went over the training with both.
I understand that. I just want to focus on these questions if you don't mind.
Yep.
I just want to know where are they getting their commands from? Is it from the city police or is it going to be from the sheriff? Who takes over in that situation?
So if it's at Silverado, it would be the city police.
Okay.
And then if it's Adelanto, it would be the sheriff's department because of the jurisdiction component.
Okay, thank you. I know you've got lots of background, but I just want to focus on these questions. I appreciate that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Any more discussion? All right, let's take a vote. Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Aye.
Mrs.
Yes.
Hughes? And I will abstain. Item 9.23, the contract renewal for the San Bernardino County Sheriff Department for SROs.
So moved.
Second,
Discussion. Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Aye.
yes.
And I will abstain. Item 9.24, a contract renewal for Blue Knight Protection Agency. Do
So
I have a
moved.
motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Discussion.
All right. Now, I know this was brought up in community comments. So I went back to the description. There's not a huge overlap in the shift times.
No.
Because their shift time goes from 7:30 a.m. till 4 o'clock. So 7:30 a.m. would be before any of the school starts.
Correct.
And the 4 o'clock time,
It's
that would
15
only
minutes.
overlap like 6 minutes to our latest start school. So they shouldn't be infringing on our people, which I wouldn't like that either. As a matter of fact, and that came up, and you were right, that came up the last time because somebody said, why don't we have them
Inside.
work along with our people during their shifts? And that didn't sound very good, I know, to me, and I'm sure, to Tanya and her people, that, we're going to have somebody else trying to tell us what to do. The last thing they need is another boss. All right. But it doesn't appear that there's any real overlap where we're taking somebody's job. So to
You
speak.
are absolutely correct. It's just to fill the gaps from before school and after school. Their focus is facilities and the exterior. They are not taking anyone's work. It is completely different work.
And one other little thing, that little 6-minute overlap, because anybody that's worked, any kind of shift work, you try to, if you're night shift, you try and get in a few minutes earlier to find out from somebody, okay, what do I need to look out for? If there's a ruckus at school, that guy's coming in, if he's coming in cold turkey in the middle of something, if he's there and somebody tells him, say, okay, you're going to have a busy night because there's things going on. That would be basically a common courtesy.
And it's also to suit up. It's to get their gear.
Yeah.
It's to get the vehicles
I
ready.
like that, suit up, yeah.
It's to suit up. I'm sorry. That's a
No, that's a great
Yes.
one. I love it.
Sorry.
It's my favorite show.
I mean,
In addition, it's to cover holidays. So it covers, so for example, Thanksgiving holiday in the previous contract is that Thursday, Friday. But the rest of the week we're off. Or October break is not a national holiday, but we're shut down. They cover our facilities 24 hours during when we're not here. So it's to make sure that we prevent, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You don't want to have to deal with break-ins, facilities, damage, vandalism, and the such. And since we've had Blue Knight services, that has significantly decreased.
but my question is because it's $42,000 a month. Are they preventing $42,000 of property damage? Because it's not like we're protecting people, we're protecting things, right? I mean, nobody's here.
How much is one break-in worth? For example, I can't put the value in, I don't know, Dr. Hawkins, but the one time they broke into the yard because the yard was not alarmed and it wasn't covered because Blue Knight didn't have access, I know that it comes at a cost. How much does it cost to paint graffiti, the labor, the material.
That's what I'm asking. Is it more than $42,000 a month?
It depends on the break-in. We do not average $42,000 worth a month in break-ins in our district, if that is the question that you're drilling down into at the micro level. But we can have a break-in that can be a significant expenditure run to us, and we try to ensure that with those that we don't funnel those up to the JPA, which is another discussion. So it just depends.
No, we have, and it goes in cycles. And you could ask any of the teachers out here, all right? One time there was just a rash up on the shelf at Victor Valley. I mean, they might as well not have locked their doors, because at night somebody would come in, they lost, VCRs, anything electronic.
Yeah, but it takes a lot of VCRs to add up to $42,000.
You'd be surprised, your classroom equipment, it adds up.
We were very careful with the contract, number one, to be respectful of CSEA. They will not be taking unit member work. Yeah. Okay. Number two, we wanted to close the gaps because we often get calls, oh, there's a suspicious vehicle loitering and what have you. You call the sheriff's department for a suspicious vehicle when the SROs are gone, their day ends, typically when the school day ends. It's going to take hours for a response because that's not high priority. Blue Knight will be on the clock, ready to respond because they're covering the district. They have provided an excellent service. We have been very satisfied with their service. When we need them, they're standing outside, and when we felt unsafe, they're still out there, even though we didn't request them. So it's an excellent service. We're adding additional hours, and we're locking in a 3-year rate. Gas is going up, and services costs are going up. This will keep that rate locked, and we do have an exit clause, Mr. Barros, in the contract.
Oh, no, I knew that one. I did read that contract. Well, because, and again, I'm as cheap as anybody, and I would love to be able to save that much money to spend on other things, but I've seen what can happen. And these guys, they do arrests and everything else, and we've seen the whole gamut here. People running a backhoe into the swimming pool at Silverado, things like that.
Well,
no, really.
They arrested the guy that crashed into the Victor gate. They were just getting off duty. They saw him crash into the gate. They pursued him, pulled him over, and they took him into custody, and the sheriff's booked him. So we were able to catch him because the Blue Knight security guard pursued him.
And I will quote, like he said, an ounce of prevention, because once the word gets out that there is somebody there and they mean business, that cuts down a lot on your regular habitual thieves and that. And again, I'd love to save the money, Caleb, but I've seen when we had really crummy service, and it was ugly. You come in Monday morning to any site, and it was, how many cans of paint did they use? And how much time, like you said, how much time did they have to do that? Gosh sakes.
I'm concerned the way this is formatted for us. Typically, we have the total cost or cost per year, but by saying $42,000 monthly for 3 years, why couldn't that have just been the total cost? I can do the math. 42,000 times 12 times 3, or 42,000 times 36. But could this be presented to us?
I apologize for that. We could present it in a different format. Yes.
I would appreciate that. Do we have them monitoring where our buses are?
They monitor all of the facilities. Yes, all of the exterior and adjacent areas.
Were they monitoring the old GP campus on Forest when it burned down?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the details of that.
How long have we had them?
I don't know, Dr. Williams.
I'm going to sit down and say at least 4 or 5 years, because they work with Victor L as well.
I know. I'm just concerned because I knew that there was a homeless issue there. We've talked about it a few times, and then just a week or so after I called you about seeing homeless people there, it burned down. So our other vacant building,
good point,
on the other side of Victorville, are they monitoring
They
that?
are. They monitor the old Cobalt. They monitor all of our facilities. Yes.
Are we ready to vote? Ms. Barrios?
Aye. Yes.
And I will abstain. Purchase for School Health Corporation, item 9.25. You wanted to invite the nurse up to
Introduce us?
Yes.
To
So
the,
moved.
Well, when you,
I'll take a motion in a second at a time. And we'd like to invite Julie Diepa.
yes, Ms. Julie Diepa. She is our new district nurse. We wanted to have her come up and to speak to these items on the agenda, this one and the next one. She's doing a phenomenal job bringing a lot of new ideas to the district. She's going to be preparing for us some manuals and so forth so we can have consistency throughout the district. And I'm just very, very glad that she's on board with us. So if you all have any questions about these items, she's here to answer them. And welcome, Julie.
Welcome to the district. Welcome to the district.
Julie, Ms. Diepa, you're in a management position over the other nurses? Is that
Of the LVNs, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And she's a registered nurse and RN.
I do have a question about 9.25. Would it be possible to conduct these state mandated vision screenings in our medical van?
It would be, but upon speaking to the staff that currently we contract out to do this, the more beneficial way for our students and the more time freeing up way would be to do it in the classroom. So for me to go to a classroom and I can knock out a classroom in 30 minutes.
I'll buy that.
Would it be possible to bring the medical van into the classroom?
Auto shop, it fit in auto shop.
I'm hearing here that we really want to use that medical van.
Yes,
so
please.
my next action item is actually for the medical van.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and I have a question along the lines of this. All right, so it's mainly for eye tests, correct?
Yes.
All right, now is the testing equipment mobile? Obviously, you said if you can move it to classrooms, it's mobile. All right. Now, will all of your nursing staff be able to use this? So in other words, we don't have one eye tester in the district. We can, have different people do it.
Unfortunately, at this time, no. The LVNs are not certified to be able to do that. California law says it has to be a registered nurse or above that.
Okay, so it couldn't be Miss Jones who used to do it in first grade and that kind of thing.
I wish so. I really do.
Is this for vision screening?
Yeah.
So is every student screened?
No, ma'am, not every student. Right now is our 8th, our 11th, and our special education students are. At this time, our 11th graders are not vision screened. But because we're so behind with COVID, if we can get a streamlined process, we can pick up what we've missed in the past 2 years.
So if I have a student who's not typically screened, but I know that they could benefit from screening, can I add them to the next screening that's available on my campus?
Absolutely. And I would request that they would contact me so that way I can get out to their campus and do that for them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I
so-
do that with my 4th graders. They're not typically screened in 4th grade, but I make sure that they're on the list if I know that they are squinting or having trouble seeing the board.
Yes, and I do appreciate that because we do catch them a lot at school. This year, just to speak on that, we had a lot of fails and parents just haven't been to the doctor or don't know how to get there. And so we're able to get them referrals and that it feels good to be able to do that.
Okay,
then-
so staff, whether it be the classroom teacher or instructional assistant or whatever, they can refer a student to, I guess, you, so they can get tested because those are the people that are going to see vision problems. When they're out at lunch and that, you don't see if they have vision problem, but when they're in the classroom trying to read or whatever the case may be, because I know, well, my wife will tell you, I don't know if she's still here, but she had a student a few years back, and I mean, everybody was referring this child to get, some vision assistance. It wasn't just getting tested. She needed some serious help. And it took like forever. And it was somebody, I don't remember if it was Dr. Williams or somebody finally, referred them and they got to one of the, local service clubs and they were able to get the girl some help. But something like that should never take that long to happen.
Yes, sir. And I'm actually working to partner with Desert Valley Medical Group to get our referral process a little more streamlined. And realistically, I would love if we could test every single student every single year because I know that some are missed. And so we'll be looking at that, but we have to figure out a way to get there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because some students are very good at hiding that. They have a real problem and, they're pretty good at covering it up. Usually it's sit in the class and be quiet because when you got 30 students, the one that's quiet, bless you, okay? You don't ask them if they can see. All right, thank you.
I know we went off on a tangent about vision, but since we're there, once the student is screened and we know that they need correction, they need glasses, do we have anything in place or something through our ESSER funds that can help them? Because what I've noticed in my many years of teaching is that's not there. That's the missing component.
Yeah.
Or the glasses break, especially if they're in sports. So do we have anything available for our families?
So ESSER funds are designated to mitigate the impact of COVID. And I don't know, and learning loss
And that
as well.
certainly could be attributed if you don't have glasses.
I knew you were going to go there.
Well, we're thinking alike then.
And so, yeah. And so I was going to say to you, I'd have to circle back around, really to drill down in to see if we could use those types of dollars. And if we did pivot to that, well, Ms. Christine won't be doing that piece anymore. Hold on, Dr. Rubalcaba. But we would then have that built into our plan in terms of how we're going to use those dollars, because that becomes a public document in terms of how we're going to use those resources. But we will look at that with Fidelity, no challenge.
Well, something like that certainly is mitigating learning loss.
Learning loss, yeah, because of sight and vision.
I've heard from some people say that something is a gift of public funds. Well, certainly a child's vision is something that if we can help, we need to do that.
Amen.
I agree.
There are several service units that actually, like the Lions Club.
But they
Lions is
don't,
big
they
with
don't
vision.
provide them. I've
All of
looked
those
into
kind
it.
of things.
If I can just share
And then
real quick.
There's an association for teeth and everything. And so what you might want to do is contact everybody that might be out there and see who does what. And then perhaps we can have a way of getting glasses or whatever.
I have checked into them, and in our district, Barbara, the Kelly Lucart Fund at one time was funded just for that.
Oh, yeah. I
Remember Kelly
that.
Lucart? But
Yeah.
that no longer is the case.
Yeah,
So
I know.
I know that there's still a need.
There, because I always had to test all of my second graders for everything, their eyes, their teeth, the whole works. In fact, they came in and put the plastic on their teeth so that
So
the
we're-
teeth would be able to function, So we could probably check and see if there's any groups out there that we can do.
Yes,
So we're
ma'am.
actually talking about community schools, and Fran Herdline and myself over the past couple of days have been in Los Angeles Convention Center. There's a lot of money out there right now for community schools, and through the LMI process, we are exploring how we can bring some of that funding to our district to offer the very services we're talking about. Optometry, dentistry,
optometry,
other
teeth.
physical exams for our
I mean,
athletes and stuff.
Yeah.
So we'll report back when Fran and I return. After this meeting, I'll be going back to LA
I know the
and finish the
Dental
conference.
Association had one Saturday every month, and I remember a kid walking all the way from Victorville to Apple Valley to get his teeth fixed. So yeah.
So
we'll
trustees,
find out.
I found this Diepa to be a very, very good researcher. We'll research the information and she'll come back with something to the board to answer your
Right.
questions.
And
Well,
thank
don't
you,
go away.
Julie.
I might
Thank
have a question
you.
on the next one.
No
Okay.
problem.
Hang on for just a second.
So you have more questions right now?
9.26, the next one.
Okay, so we can vote on this. All right, Ms. Barrier.
Aye.
Yes.
And I vote aye as well. Measure passes. Item 9.26, memorandum of understanding with Desert Valley Medical Group.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
I was wondering why we were contracting that since we now have more nurses on our staff, whether they're your qualifications or the ones that you supervise.
Yes, and I can answer that for you. So Desert Valley Medical Group is actually providing staffing for free to this event. We're paying actually a discounted rate for their TDAP. Before, I believe we paid, I can't put a number, but we paid more than the $45 per each TDAP. And they're also bringing a doctor to answer any parent questions, as well as putting it in the California database CARE. So that way it's charted correctly. And then kids can take that to other schools with them.
So where will these be given?
They will be given here at the district during our enrollment fairs on 6/4 and 7/23 in the medical van.
They're on site on this campus?
You know how to say the right thing.
She coordinated well.
Well, and that's
She
kinda
coordinated
like-
well.
This isn't a question, and this is a positive thing. All right. So, in talking to them, did they seem maybe receptive in the future to future partnerships? Because that's what'll make this whole thing really go.
They did. So I'm actually trying, and this will come later, I'm trying to partner with them for our hearing tests, which would be used in the medical van, as well as, yes, as well as our sports physicals. That should be coming in the fall.
When you were on the phone with them, did they mention the medical van?
No, they didn't, but they were very excited that I had one.
For the whiny board member, okay?
Okay, I'm gonna remind you that you approved that.
Okay, so item 9.26, any more discussion?
Nope, sounds good.
All right, Mr. Barrios.
Thank you. Aye.
Ms. Duke.
Yes.
Edison, and I vote aye as well. It measure passes.
Thank you, Miss Julie.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so
Welcome
much.
aboard.
Item 9.27, our textbook adoption for AP Economics.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
I have a
Discussion.
question. Yeah, our last textbook adoption was what curricular subject?
You want a main adoption?
Well, this one is 77.
Terry's
This one
here.
is
Hi, Terry.
77,000. So I'm wondering, what did we adopt last and how much did it cost?
Oh, I wish I would've
Yeah,
known
our
that.
last main adoption was science, which was 7, 8, biochem, and physics. And that one came in at just under $3 million.
And so was that a lot of manipulatives?
It's some manipulative, some lab materials.
Lab.
We do not have like a refill system. We did not go with that because it was particularly expensive. But textbook adoptions just in general are really expensive right now because you have both the paper material and the online material. And so they just generally cost quite a bit of money. So you'll see a number of adoptions come up sort of irregularly because they work differently. Science, the core materials and the core classes are based on the calendar that the state puts together. AP courses do not run on that same calendar. So what we do with those is we wait until there's a substantial change in the test, and then we let the publishers catch up with the test, and then we go for adoption for the AP materials.
So is this about par for an AP class that doesn't necessarily have manipulatives? Is this typical for what an adoption would cost?
Yeah, for sure. AP Econ actually came in a little bit less expensive. It just depends. AP Bio and AP Chem, which you have on the agenda tonight for information or discussion. I can't remember what it's called anymore. Those come in more expensive, not because of the manipulatives, but because of the textbook companies that are in charge of those particular subjects.
Okay.
So they just range anywhere from $120 for a book to $250 for the book.
And just out of curiosity, do you remember how many different publishers we had for this?
When we
adoption?
started with the process, I had a list of 47 titles for the teachers to look at. We did not get samples for all of them because there were 47 titles. But what we did was we went through the AP teachers and through College Board to find out what everybody else was suggesting that was particularly aligned to the exam. So that's where we started. AP Econ had 4 books that they did like a deep dive evaluation on. AP Gov had 4, AP Chem had 6, and AP Gov had 4.
Thank you, Terry.
Sure.
So I mention this pretty much every time curriculum materials come up, but so you teach in the college and they actually pay for their own books, right? So there's a lot of incentive on the student side to lower the cost of the books. I'm not sure that there's anything comparable in K through 12 because it's kind of like, well, the students never see it. But we are paying it, right? And I mean, these are incredibly expensive. And I know that at the college level, there's more academic freedom. We don't have to go to the state and ask for permission to use curriculum material. However, how much would we really be talking to create our own textbook and get that approved through the state?
Okay, so what you would have to do, and it certainly is possible, but what you have to do is you have to meet the same requirements as the publishers. So we would have to prove in writing every single standard and every single substandard as it's met in the textbook. in our own situation. On top of it, we have to be able to provide it in a manner that the students can use at home and at school, because that's basic Williams, and it has to be adopted by the board. So the thought of putting together an entire textbook, it's something that people work years on as a full-time job. To put that on the teachers would be an extraordinary job, extraordinary. The kind of the idea is, well, we could do it cheaper because there's lots of stuff out there on the internet, right? They could pull it all together. That's like the cute part. The hard part is making it all fit, making it cognizant, making sure that it addresses the grade level before, the grade level after, and every single standard that the state has on the table. Not to mention that we'll throw in Common Core and make sure you have all the instructional practices in there also.
Well, I'm certainly not suggesting that we would expect our teachers to do it without compensation. I would think this would be something that you would.
They don't have the time. Yeah. Would be that, obviously I've never written a textbook, so that would be my best guess. I don't think they have the time.
It's not that hard.
And Vice President Castaneda, Mr. Castaneda, also just to make you aware and to educate our public, each school district in the state of California receives restricted funds that are tied to Proposition 20 for your textbook adoptions. And if we go out and do our own deal, that may put, I think for our district, it's about 120, 10,000 students, 1.2 million, 2.4, 3.6 over 3 years, millions, that $1 million that may become problematic, that will receive funding specifically for textbooks. And she's done a good job. We have a 10-year plan. She sat down with me for our textbook
10
adoptions.
years. So when I retire soon, you guys are on your own.
I have the spreadsheet. I'm gonna duplicate it.
Just remind him of that, Terry.
You might.
So just FYI.
You might want to produce that.
Oh, I have a copy of it.
Yes.
Terry, we appreciate you very much.
Sure.
I know that you are giving us important information that you have studied in and out, up and down, all around.
I do try to have my ducks in a row.
Well, no one is going to convince me that the textbook publishing industry is not a cartel.
Oh,
it's
actually absolutely a cartel. All of the publishing companies in the world right now boil down to 3 parent companies. That's it.
Yeah, and so
3
I'd
parent
like to smash that.
Good luck.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, do we have to take a vote on this? Yes, we do. Mr. Perry, yes.
Aye.
Aye. Yes.
And I will vote aye. Okay, item 9.28, course adoption for art history.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Discussion.
Well, just real quick, it's nice to see something. It's projected as no cost. I would probably think low cost would probably be something, because you do need props, maybe texts and things like that. But it's good going in to, look forward to not spending extra money to where, somebody wants to give it. And I think it's great. It says Sims needs that. And that's one thing that Sims and UP, as far as art offerings, they don't have hardly anything. And not every kid's going to take a foreign language for their college fine art. Fine art might be a good offering for fine art.
Are you proposing like an amendment to add?
No. We gotta start
Okay.
small here, and then we'll work up to it.
So you're in favor?
I am in favor.
Okay.
Aye. How's that?
Any other discussion? Okay, Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Do?
Aye. Yes.
Emerson, and I vote aye as well. All right. That measure passes, and we are moving on to legal pupil personnel issues, item 10.1. We will not entertain discussion because to protect the confidentiality, so I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Mr. Barrios?
Aye.
Mrs. Dew?
Aye.
Yes.
Ms. Emerson, and I vote aye as well. Information discussion items 11.1 conference request. 11.2 educational study trip request.
I have something for 11.8.
Okay, so 11.3 monthly activity report, personnel activity report. 11.4 instructional materials adoption processes. 11.5 textbook adoption AP American Government. 11.6 textbook adoption AP Biology. 11.7 textbook adoption AP Chemistry. So I have a question real quick on all of these. So why are we not voting on these, but we're voting on others? Are you letting us know you're going to come up with us voting on these in the future, or?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh, because it's a discussion.
Because these are discussion
It's a discussion
items.
item. Yeah, information.
Information.
Okay, so they're going to be
That's
voted.
process from the state.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
other one got through, you already had seen it, so
Okay.
that's why.
All
They'll
right,
be back.
11.8, the mobile medical van marketing scans.
Okay, I have questions there.
Well, they want our choice.
I don't know if we're voting on a choice yet, but on the first one, I think that's the one that our student may have designed. On the second one, of the people I see, there's not really much diversity there. And on the third one, I'm wondering, are those our specific students and staff, or are they just stock images?
What we did is the first one, actually all images do have the students rendering in it. The first one's a little more prevalent because there's not all the extra pieces on it. So what we did is we brought 3 different versions for you. The first one, of course, is just the plain student rendering. The second one was making sure that it was identifiable as a mobile medical unit. So we added the stock doctor photos on it, but we did agree that there was not enough diversity in that photo. So we'd asked for the third rendering, which has, of course, the more diversity of the medical professionals, but then those are stock photos of just students. So that way everybody knows it's a student-driven medical unit. Just because we don't have any pictures with the approval to be used for marketing for our students. So
Could we get that approval? So
we
that it would be-
could. We would just have to reach out and make that happen. It would just, the only problem will cause us to delay the marketing scans a little longer because we'd have to go out and get those because school's out. So
Well, since we have medical pathways in our schools, it would be wonderful to highlight that.
that's fair, and we can definitely. I can work with. Miss Collins is here, so I can work with her on that and get maybe some photos of that, and then making sure we have those releases, so that way we could do that. That's fine. I could totally make that happen.
I think our students would have a lot of pride in something that they could look at and see people that they know. If we're going to have people on it, let's have our own people.
I like that idea, and I can work on making that happen.
Well, are we voting on one? of
No,
these?
then so what I'll do then is I'll work on. Well, if anything though, can you at least give me which of the 3 renderings then you'd want? So number 3, are we all good with 3?
I like 3. And I didn't even notice it wasn't a diverse group.
When you look at 2, you can see. It's pretty obvious.
I guess
But once we do decide, since it's not the original rendering, could we possibly get a framed of whatever we choose to give back to the student?
Yep.
I like that she got the one of her rendering, but as we modify it, maybe a smaller version or something, just to thank her again for her inspiration of whatever we choose.
Of course, I can make that happen. So we want to go then. Are we all good then with rendering 3? The rendering 3, but then just substituting out some of the photos though, of course, for our own students
And staff.
and
And making sure that it's diverse and represents so much that our students have. Like, there's a basketball player on there, so I guess that would be because we do the athletic
Mhm.
PE or the exams before
Correct.
they're in athletic. That makes sense.
So yeah, no, we can definitely do that. I'll work on that with the sites to see what we can get photo wise and what we can get release forms on.
But why a basketball player?
Could be wrestling.
More kids play football.
Could be whatever. Just have our kids on there.
No, but Miss Evans, I can make that happen though.
Okay, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, and now we have 11.9, our board policy admin regulation revisions, first reading.
Can I just point out, there's a typo on 11.9.
Okay.
The home hospital rate is not $400 an hour.
I was
It's-
wondering about that.
Yeah, it's $42 an hour.
Things
So
have changed.
yes, we will correct that for the second read.
I go back to teaching adult ed. That was fun.
And see, we didn't even have to negotiate that.
No, you did not.
Yeah, see?
Sign me up.
All right, let's go to our staff reports. Dr. Hawkins.
Okay, I'm going to be, I'll be quick. First of all, I attended a lot of the graduations, and congratulations to all our scholars. Wonderful to see them graduate and to expand and go into life, whether it's in the military college or to some type of career or trade. That's phenomenal. Congratulations to our retirees, all of those of you who are going into the retirement life, and Dr. Williams as well. And just to tell everyone to have a great summer. I'm gonna keep it short tonight.
Thank you. Dr. Yee is not here today. Is Mr. Moman or Dr. Williams, do you have anything to say about educational services?
I don't have any.
No, not tonight.
12.3, Dr. Rubalcaba.
No problem. I will not keep it brief. I have 50 items to share.
Okay.
Cool. Get a PowerPoint too?
No. So first of all, right? Congratulations to all the retirees. Wish you the best in this new chapter in your life. Thank you for your service. Dr. Williams, that reception was awesome. All the support and recognitions that you have received for your contributions, not only to our district, but statewide and beyond. Congratulations, sir. Also want to echo the graduations were awesome. The school sites did an amazing job celebrating our students. That's what it's all about, celebrating their success, and we're excited to learn what they're going to do in the future. Christine Foote, welcome to Human Resources. Yes. Congratulations. We know that you're going to do an amazing job bringing your expertise from Ed Services, your high school principalship, and everything that you do, your work ethic. The committee selected you, and I'm excited for you to join our team. You're going to help us hire all the people we need to hire on time. So we got our work cut out for us. No pressure. Want to share, as I mentioned earlier, we are in the process of attending a community schools conference. There are a lot of resources out there. The current president and the state superintendent have allocated some money for us to get and bring to our school district. But the concept is our students are here. How do we bring some of the resources like we discussed about optometry, dentistry, and beyond to our students to make it easy and accessible? But beyond that, also to our community. So I'm excited to continue to learn. Tomorrow's all about funding. So I'm going to pay really close attention and not even answer emails. Want to share CSEA, congratulations. Our tentative agreement was approved. We worked hard on that to transition from the merit system to this new system. So far, the feedback has been very positive with some of the systems that we've put in place. So congratulations on that. And to both units, the doors of communication are always open, whether it's to solve problems like low-hanging fruit, instructional minutes, or to try to get this contract settled. We're going to get it done. And the commitment is there to continue to do that. Finally, want to wish everyone a great summer. Enjoy your time off and refresh and focus on self so that you can continue to serve our students, families, and staff. Have a great evening. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Rubalcaba. Legislation.
We don't have one for this evening.
Okay. No legislation going on in Sacramento. That's
Sounds about right.
They're out campaigning now.
Yeah. Got to get reelected.
Yeah, got to get reelected first.
So they can go back to Sacramento
June
and
7th.
continue to underfund us. All right. Mr. Barrios.
Okay, well, just a few things here. Well, first thing, I was glad Penny mentioned the training we were talking about, campus security and that sort of thing. And, it just came to my mind that point of personal privilege, my wife Otilia, who's retiring this year, she trained her kids. Before it was in vogue. Back in like 2000, she'd get the kids in there and train them what to do. If somebody comes in, you're going to do this. If somebody comes in, you're going to do that. And come to find out, she was telling them what the expert said. Okay, but it got them trained. So if somebody came in their classroom, be damned if they're going to get out in one piece. All right. Okay. And next one, I'm glad the security staff has increased, but we got to continue with the training. And whether it's the two different separate groups or one group, all right, we got to have that training because everybody knows, even people that are on the job, that are policemen, they go through training, sometimes, yearly, that they have to get recertified, that sort of thing. So we're no better off than them because, recent history has shown that our people may be dealing with something just like the policeman would do. Okay. And somebody also mentioned, orders and things like that. Well, sad to admit that I talked to one teacher at a graduation and they ordered something in September and they're still waiting for it. And this is I'll talk to you and tell you who it was.
Purchase.
But, this is one of our elite programs that we brag about in the district. All right. And they're having to wait for stuff, or who knows what happened to it. Okay. That cannot happen. All right. People that are in the classroom, they need the stuff that they request, just like a maintenance guy needs the tools to do his job. All right.
So we still don't have it.
And last but not least, all right, the graduations were good. They were fun. They always are. Even out UP was a beautiful graduation, but the weather was not on our side. The wind was howling, the sun was blaring, but we still went through, and the kids, had a great time. So that's all I had to say. I'm just sorry I had to miss 2 of the graduations. All right. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Barrios. Mrs. Dew.
It's amazing you missed 2.
You did?
No.
No, you don't miss any. That was good. Usually I don't miss any, but this year is,
Actually, I did. I missed adult education. I actually was not here. I was at the base of it. Anyway, the only thing that I really have to say is that we have to be mindful of our world right now because of the Texas incident and the Buffalo incident. There's so many guns around now, and people are I don't know what's happening to our young people. And we teach them. So we're talking about 2 18-year-olds. So we are going to have to be very mindful of what's happening with our kids and what's happening in their minds, what they're thinking about, and how they're acting. It's a big, big problem when we start, particularly when it deals with kids and they're ending up not being there, not being able to go home. So that's one of the things that I really am a little frightened about, and a lot of other people are too. The other thing is I did attend all the graduations, even the promotion with Hook, except for one this year. So it only made me do 11 instead of 13 like last year. But it was really joyful to see the kids. All the kids were all excited about graduation. Many of them are going to college or going into the military or doing something with their lives. And that was very positive. And then we saw a lot of, I'd say a lot of principals who had kids graduate.
Yeah.
Val, her son graduated.
Mhm.
Ebony's son graduated. Heather's came up on stage, and I went, whoa, is this the kid? And I saw him when he was this little. Now he's like way up here, But a lot of our children, even in our district, is graduating, which is really, really great. And it was good to see that. And each one of those principals got very sentimental. And that's where Yi is right now. She's down there with her son.
Mhm.
So everybody's got the babies that are graduating. They're growing up so fast that we don't believe it. I also want to congratulate all the retirees. There's 3 groups you can join out there. Every one of them came after me. I joined them all so that they wouldn't say I did not join them, There's actually 3 groups in our desert. I didn't even realize, especially for teachers. There's one that with Barrios I'm with. That one meets at the CTA office, but then there's one that meets at a church, a Lutheran church. And then there's one that meets across over in Analanto. So there's different groups that you can meet with. But I do a lot of legislation, so they always come after me to help them push bills. So but there's 3 different groups that you could actually join as a retiree, particularly teachers, for instance. The other thing, the reception was really great. Really going to miss you, Ron, because we have been working now for 8 years together in passing legislation, getting things done, facility bills, special ed bills, anything that has to do with schools, anything, everything, nutrition. And he has been working with me, and I'm really going to miss him because it's like been a 1-2 punch. It's one's got it, the other one's got it, or I tell him to step in or step out or whatever we could do to push our school district for grants, for whatever is going on in education as well. And he's worked at every level, the state, the federal, and the county. And they have actually just come and got him to do things for him, to make things work so that we could get things done. And it has been really a challenge when you deal with the COVID situation. The money came because of people like myself and others that went up there and said, hey, we can't make it without this or that. So that's why they provide all these different funds in ESSER, in ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and we make them extend the years out a lot of times. But in the future here, we're going to be dialing down in some of our funding. So you're going to see the monies change. It's going to be a change. The inflation, it's going to really be an inflation. Not going to be a little inflation. We already have the cost of everything going up, from food to cars to anything else that we need. So it's going to be a little bit of a change for what we're doing today. Thank you, Dr. Williams. Really appreciate it. I've enjoyed you. It has really helped. You brought a lot of programs here that it's going to be ongoing. You introduced a lot of things. A lot of money has been brought to our district, and you've taken it uptown. I call it uptown. But, and I've been around a long time and seen all kinds of superintendents, right? Right?
Right.
Right. I think I've had about 6 or 7 of them, 7 different superintendents. I have something for you to remind you of the desert. I don't have a jackrabbit. This is a tortoise.
Okay.
And I just want to give it to you as a reminder, even if you don't come to our desolate desert again.
Thank you.
You'll miss it. You'll miss it. You know that.
Definitely going to miss you being around, especially during our legislation time. And I brought him on board with a lot of the stuff that I do, and he brought me on board with all the things that they do. So it has really worked out. And then I brought everybody else in, CTA, CSEA, and everybody else that deals in education. So really going to miss you from being around. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate it. Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Edmiston?
Well, I'd like to congratulate all of our retirees, starting with Ron. Dr. Williams, thank you so much for being the leader of our district for my whole tenure working in this district, and I appreciate all of your effort. Thank you so much. To all of our other staff, thank you for all of your hard work and your dedication, all the time you've spent in to help our students. I hope we'll see you back in some other capacity as a volunteer or as a substitute. So I look forward to still working with you, Anita, and closer with Mike. Thank you as we work on CTA. The graduations were wonderful. It's especially meaningful for me because 8 years later, I see many of my same students, and it's lovely to give them a hug or a handshake or a fist bump and to see how they're growing up to such nice young men and women, and they have the future in front of them, and it's just a delightful experience. So I can't tell you how pleased I am of many things on the board, but that one is special to my heart, to see my students graduate and to hand them their diploma. It's very special. Thank you very much for working to make sure our campuses are more secure. Romero, I appreciate getting more updates to make sure that we are protecting all of our students the best we can. So I'm really looking forward to all those updates. I want to rest assured that we're doing more. Dr. Hawkins, if you could take a moment when you get a chance, please, within the next week or so, maybe 2 weeks, no longer than. I'd
Okay.
like to know how much ESSER funds we've received last year and this year, regardless of whether it's ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 3, but total amount of ESSER funds for 2021 and then the current year 21-22 that we're in.
Yeah, we have a spreadsheet that's been shared with Ed Services and Superintendent regarding our total apportionment for ESSER funds from cradle to grave, from when it started to when it's going to end. So,
Okay. And if you could
Yeah.
also add on there when we have an expiration date that they have to be spent by,
Mhm.
that would be helpful.
what I can do with the superintendent's concurrence is we can give you all the funds that we've received, because we also have ELO other grant monies, if that would work. We'll just give you the whole, so you have the ESSER broken out with the grant dates and the year that drops off, and then we have the gear funds that the state also gave on top of that.
Right, I was just
And
gonna
yeah,
say,
other money.
put
So
it
we
all
can
on
we can
one.
give you all that.
Okay.
We have it on
And
the
with the
spreadsheet.
total amount, I'd appreciate that.
Mhm.
And then I guess, Mike, you've got the torch passed to you. If you could please relay to your teachers, I wholeheartedly, humbly thank those advisors of the GSA clubs to see the graduation and the students wearing their rainbow, their sash. It wasn't the same 8 years ago. It's changed. And I appreciate those people who are working hard to make this a safe space for all of our students. So if you could please commend your staff that are working in the GSA. And this is Pride Month, so thank you very much. And that's all I have. I hope you have a great evening. And those of you who are enjoying a summer vacation, I hope you have a safe, healthy, wonderful time with your summer.
Okay, I'll be very brief. So retirement, we cannot, we can't help but be saddened, but that so many of you are departing from us. I know some of you are sticking around, but you're still retired. Thank you, Jackie.
Other people are going.
Anita, I know you're retiring as well. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Since I've got here, I've known you to be a kind, empathetic person who gives 1,000% for your students and truly wants them to succeed. You will definitely be missed, and I hope that you're not a stranger. I hope you stay around and come to the meetings and stay involved with the district.
Yeah. We'll save you a seat, okay?
Dr. Williams, you're still going to be around for a few weeks. I hope you're not a stranger either. You brought a tremendous kindness and a positive approach to the district that I think will leave a lasting impression. So thank you for everything that you've done. Classified Employee Week, it was belated. I thought we were going to have the second board meeting last time, but thank you to all of the classified staff. I know it's belated. And then I just have one request. So you mentioned, Mr. Williford, you mentioned that you were going to be bringing a proposal for a police department, or at least information about what it would cost. And you also mentioned that you have a data collection program that you are. So could you provide some information about the data program along with that presentation? And then also make sure to include on there exactly what kinds of data we're going to be collecting.
And just for clarification, if it's okay. So the data we're talking about is the you're looking for, of course, is use of force for law enforcement and that kind of component, correct?
Not just law enforcement. I mean, school security.
But that whole gambit though, correct? Okay.
Who demographic data, who it's happening to, particularly. I mean, I know nationwide. I don't know in our school district, but I know nationwide, a lot of these students are SPED students, and it's very traumatic.
No, they're understood. Yeah, we have that set up. I'll work on that place for you, but we're also working on systems for next school year with our discipline team to make sure that we are targeting that information so it's easy to pull out of our data.
That's really what I want to know. Is
Okay.
what information are we going to be collecting? Going forward?
Perfect. Yeah, no, I'll bring that to your attention for the next meeting though.
Okay. Thank you so much. And that's all I have. So, Dr. Williams.
You know, I missed one thing.
Oh,
Just
happy
real
Pride.
Can anyone who sees Christine Turner from the Adelanto board, would you please give her a thank you for coming to our graduation and staying on the stage and helping us congratulate our seniors? That was really nice.
I'll see her.
Okay, tell her thank you. I mean, we got to tell her thank you then, but it would be nice if you guys also, as a leadership of our district, extend to her a thank you.
No problem.
I'm gonna see her. Maybe this weekend.
Dr. Williams.
Okay, I'll make it very quickly. This past week it was graduation week, and so we got a chance to go to all of our sites and do that. And for the board, I don't know if you realize we've got our mission, our sites over there.
Yeah,
and we
I
put
saw
up the
that
new
over
ones
there,
here.
and I saw this, and then
And
I
we've
saw
got the
all these
new
beautiful pictures.
Up at this
Wow.
particular time.
Who did that?
Mr. Wiley did the mission.
Really?
Sites
I like
and the
it.
new
I
ones.
love
And
this.
so, in
I
fact,
want to get a
we got them
picture
up to
of you up
date.
there. I want to get a
And
picture of you.
I want to thank Penny for the outstanding plaque, and I want to thank the entire board. And Barbara, I want to thank you for the turtle as well. Okay.
My
That's
turtle,
it.
desert tortoise. Huh?
That's it.
I couldn't get a jackrabbit.
Shame.
So this is
shame.
good, you're neutral.
Mr. Mellon.
Okay, I'll try to be as brief as possible.
And
but-
by the way, I just got something on here on budget. An increase, so I was just looking at it.
when
This is cool. All right.
Okay.
Mr.
When we talk about school safety, I know we talk about SROs, our campus security, but I got a chance today to go and sit with Michael and his team on discipline and looking at the matrix. I think what they're going to roll out is going to be really good for our district because it's going to put in place, I think, better protocols and processes when it comes to safety and discipline in our district. It's going to be a lot more uniform. There's going to be interventions tied into that, which I think is really good for our young people. So I want to just thank him on the job that he's doing in terms of the district discipline team and creating a matrix. I think it's going to be pretty awesome. Definitely want to say congratulations to Anita and OT. They're old school. We go back a ways. And I don't know if you guys remember the Jackrabbit pins we used to give out to staff. And that represented pride and tradition in our district. And we actually modeled that. And we need to get back to that level in this district. Want to congratulate Christine moving over to the darker side of the district. So, but we would definitely be there to support and help you as much as we can. And I want to congratulate Tanya. Dr. Williams and I got a chance to go out to Adelanto High School during Classified Appreciation Week. And I thought they did an awesome job. A lot of work. It was, I think the staff really appreciated the job that she did. And lastly, I want to definitely thank Dr. Williams for a lot of support, lots of years. Dr. Williams also had me a part of the high school, the High Desert, what's the name of that group? The High Desert
Economic
group. No, it was an educational group, and we used to go down to the county.
P16.
Well, that P16 followed later with Dr. Fisher.
I don't remember.
But that's how we got involved with the P16 because the county did not want to work with the High Desert. They offered a lot of professional development training, but for some reason, they did not include the High Desert. And so the P16 group came around and Dr. Williams was a major part of that. Dr. Fisher was definitely the head. And
he was down there today.
yeah, and Dr. Mark was our
Yes,
superintendent at the
Dr.
time.
Mark, yeah.
And there was
Pat
no
Mark.
relationship between the county and with Dr. Mark. They just didn't want to come to the high desert to work with the high desert.
The same thing with school boards. They didn't want to come up here to.
So being a part of this committee, we asked Dr. Williams, what is going on? How come the county doesn't want to work with the high desert? And so he said, guess what? We're going to Washington, D.C. You need to bring a team there. And Dr. Fisher will be there. So we put together a team. And Anita, were you working with me at the time when that happened? Yeah, we had the Strubings and yes, okay. And so we went to Washington, D.C. and we ate at some expensive, okay, very expensive, expensive restaurant. So we saw Ron and Dr. Fisher and another gentleman come in, but they sat across the room from us. And so we said, you know what, we have to find a way to break the ice with Dr. Fisher. So what we did is we sent our bill over to Dr. Fisher to pay. And he didn't know what was going on. He started looking around saying, where in the heck did this come from? And they're cracking up at Dr. Fisher. And he finally spotted us and we're just cracking up. And that's actually how we start to build a relationship with the county. And next thing we know, Dr. Fisher and Dr. Mark the next morning with the breakfast. And all of this occurred and was created by Dr. Williams.
Wow.
So
Several.
a lot of history. A lot of history. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Dr. Fisher was looking pretty good. I saw him down there and I thought, man,
That was him.
he's
Did
gotta
you
be
see
like,
him?
he's gotta be like 90 or something.
Yeah, he's up there. He's up there.
I'm still looking good.
He came all the way from Orange County up here just to be there.
He was a nice man. I remember.
Herb Fisher.
Okay.
His wife used to
All right.
teach the college.
Thank you, Mr. Moman. So we do, I believe we do have to go back. Mr. Moman, is that correct? We have to go back to closed session?
Yes.
Okay, so are we going to be, is there anything that we will need to be reporting out?
No,
Maybe.
I don't think so.
Maybe.
Otelia and
We-
Tucker. I want to
Okay.
get a picture of you.
So at this time, I will entertain.
Is
a
anybody
motion
else retiring?
So moved.
That we return to closed session.
Otelia.
I'll
Tucker.
second it.
I want to get a picture of you.
Vote.
Mr. Barrio.
Come up here. Come up here. Come over
Yes.
here.
Aye.
Come over here.
That's enough.
Mrs. Do?
Yes.
You vote aye. Okay,
Aye.
good.
I want to get a picture, guys. Get over there.
This meeting will come to order. Okay, so
Let's get that done.
we have nothing to report, do we?
No.
Okay, so do I have to have a motion to come back into?
First.
Need a motion to
Motion
return
to
to regular
adjourn.
session?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
No, to return
To
to regular
return
session.
to open session.
Aye.
Barrios, do. Barrios, do. Emerson.
Aye.
Castaneda, aye. Okay, 4 ayes. And now I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
You
Motion.
move. I'll second it. Barrios,
Aye.
aye. And
Good night, guys.
Emerson. Aye.
Aye.
Good night, John.
All right.
Thank you for the cake.